This is infrared footage captured by the U.S. military.
Huh. That's odd. It makes you really wonder, huh?
All right, time for a little context. Friday, the president posted on social media that he directed his administration to identify and provide government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, and unidentified flying objects. He says people can use the new info to decide for themselves what's going on. According to military officials, the materials are unresolved cases. They say that means the government's unable to make a definitive determination on what exactly we're looking at. They add that can happen for a bunch of reasons, including a lack of sufficient data. As you just saw, we got some mixed reviews when showing people some of the videos. However, interestingly, I thought we got the same response over and over to this. Do you think that we are alone in this world?
No. I think the aliens is a strong possibility.
No way we're alone. I keep asking people, are we alone in this world? Everybody says no.
Yeah, it's true. We're not.
Welcome to TSP Rob Shiva. Explore the unknown. Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, TSP Rob Shivas. I hope everybody's doing well. And I got some interesting stuff for you guys. It's been a while since, we've been waiting a long time for this information. And those of you who are real UFO buffs like myself, or they call them UAPs now, right? But this is exciting in a lot of ways, because if you've had experiences like myself, like Billy Carson, the untimely death of David Wilcock. He also had experiences. George Nuri. You should be familiar with a lot of these names that I'm mentioning here. If you're into this stuff, you'll know who I'm talking about. Now, they've had tons of people that have come on here on YouTube and kind of like speak about their experiences, and more people are coming forward. So I'm so happy for that, and this is huge. This is huge in so many different ways. But let's take a look at some of the stuff that's going on. I know they have so many things that they're bringing out, and I don't know what to say, guys. I'm just overly excited and ecstatic, because this is something I have waited for. This is something many other people that I know have waited for so many years. So let's go.
An astronaut described objects floating near the spacecraft, saying, "Now we've got a few very bright particles or fragments or something that go drifting by as we maneuver." The Pentagon also released video taken by the U.S. military near Japan. This was just 2 years ago, showing a football-shaped object in the sky that couldn't be identified. Nearly 24 videos were also released. Most are from military aircraft using infrared cameras, tracking objects flying through the air, often making sharp 90-degree turns. The Pentagon has tracked reports of unidentified aerial phenomena for years now, but has said it still has no evidence confirming the existence of extraterrestrial life. You can see more of today's UFO document release on cbsnews.com.
Guys, so I do have the actual website itself, which I'm going to go on here. So here, if you don't know what the website is, I'll show it to you here. This is the actual website here, All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. So you can see it's aaro.mil, UAP Records. If you guys are interested in going there and taking a look at this for yourself, I encourage you to do so. But this is phenomenal, guys. Let's browse through this together and see what goes on. So I was looking through this one here. This is interesting here. Take a look at this, guys. I think this is actually really super interesting. You're gonna see something that I find odd. And this is going. Let me see. Let me read this here. That have a timeline 1964. So the camera quality back then was not really what it is today. And even in today's camera quality, we have like the best and most sophisticated technology, and even today we're having a hard time getting a good picture of these things, which I find really funny. They can get the back of your car, the license plate, pinpoint accuracy with the with the license plate, and you could be going 150 miles an hour, and they'll get that license plate completely clear. And UFO comes by really close and they get blurry images all the time. But anyway, let's take a look at this. And this is really interesting right here as well. Kind of fascinating that they have this. Let's see if we can get a little bit, maybe a little bit better close up here. You guys can see that. Look at that. It's kind of like, I don't know if it's supposed to be this way, but it looks vertically tilted, or maybe that's the actual position, but let's see. Let's go back here. Let me go back. Let's check the next file. Let's see. This is exciting, man. Let's see what this one does. Now, okay, this looks cool. Okay, I don't know if you guys can see this clearly, but this looks very cool. Trying to make this as big as I can for you so you can see it. But if you do see it, does not that look like the most awesome thing in the world right here? Like, honestly. Look at this, dudes. And dudettes. Let's see if I can make this bigger. Hold on, alright? See if we can get really nice big shots here. Hold on. Yeah, look at that. Remember, this is from like back in the day, man. You're talking about 1964. Look at this thing. You really don't know. I mean, this is way before drones. And even our drones have, you know, like some form of propulsion system, which is really odd that we don't have, or you know, they don't have a form of propulsion here, which is odd, you know. I find that kind of strange as well. No propulsion system. So what's going on here that they don't have an actual propulsion system? You know? Look at that. I just find this stuff like just blows my mind. You know, let's see if we can go back to where we were here. Let's go to the third picture and see what they have. So to me, this is exciting. I don't know about you guys, and I'm loving this every step of the way. Okay, and remember, this is 1964. I'm going to tell you guys, but it's right through the tree. Somebody got a decent shot here. You know, well, you know, I remember when I saw what I saw when I was a kid, and this brings back, because when I saw it was like in the late 70s, and it brings back that feeling of being a kid again and seeing this. So it's kind of like a great, like, nostalgic kind of weird feeling. You know, it's almost like, I don't know how to explain it besides that, but it's great. Wow. You know, I always used to wonder, you know, what these things were, you know, and I knew that the government, I have another video that I'm doing that you guys are going to love as well. Oh, look at this shot here. I don't know if you guys can see that really well. Let me see if I can make this even bigger. It's kind of hard to do, but just give me another, let me see if I can make it even bigger so you can see it. I'm trying to get it as large as I can here so we can get really good views of this thing. So hopefully this might be a little bit better. I don't know if you guys can see that. If you can see that on your screen, these, you have to realize these are government files of actual UFOs. You know, so you know, you have to ask yourself, if the government has these files and they're only, and this is from 1964, they're now releasing it, what else do they have? What else do they have that they've been, you know, keeping secret from the public, basically keeping us all in the dark about what's really going on, you know? And I am just so, you know, I remember when Bob Lazar came out, and that was in the 80s, somewhere, I believe, mid to late 80s, I think. I can't remember, somewhere around there. And I know I was a young teenager at the time. And I remember me and my friends all sitting down watching Bob Lazar go onto the news broadcast in a panic-stricken mode and telling everybody where he worked at Area 51, and then telling everybody what he actually saw. I still remember the feeling of like, is this real? And then, we saw a few other broadcasts with this guy. Then he disappeared for decades. No one really heard anything about him for quite a long time. And, for him to come back after so many decades, and they finally made some movies, or some documentaries about what he went through, which, I thought was pretty hard because he had to maintain, he's a scientist, so he had to maintain his reputation. And of course, I could understand that if you're, in this position, you're risking your entire reputation then and in the future. So a lot of these guys, you have to give them respect because they make the biggest sacrifice for us to be able to experience these things, and everything he said. I don't know if you guys kept up with it. He spoke about element 115 decades before it came into existence. Now you have to ask yourself again, how did he know about element 115? Okay, let's take a look at the other. Anybody remember keeping track of how many I've seen? I'm just kidding. I'm keeping track. Hold on. Okay, let's take a look at this. Let me position this one so we can see it. Hold on, all right. Let's see if we can get this one situated right about there. So here, take a look at this one. It's weird how they can fly, like I said, almost vertically instead of the horizontal plane that you would think that they would be on as a flat disc. It looks like somehow they're able to go vertical. But I don't know if they're traveling in the direction that the hull or the front of the spaceship is at, or they're traveling down. I don't know. You can't really tell which way they're traveling here, so it makes it even that much more confusing, But the fact that 1964 they had these, imagine, okay, if they had this in 1964, what do they have now? We're probably not going to get to see that, but at least we get to see these. And these are corroborated proof of what we originally figured was the real situation. What we all suspected for so many years now. People are, now the government's starting to bring this stuff out into the open, guys. And if you're a UFO buff like myself and you experience stuff, this is just the most exciting thing in the world here. And look at this here. Look at these images. I'm going to search for more in a minute, but I just wanted to really go through these and take a good look at them. I mean, we're coming from the National Archives of the United States government, guys. You can't get any more better than that. Here's a really interesting shot here. It looks like it's above this car, or not above directly, but in the vicinity of it. So you can kind of get an idea of how big this thing really is. You're talking about something, if it looks like it's about 30, 40 feet behind the car, and then God knows, maybe higher than the trees, however many feet that is. And this thing has to be pretty good size, I would say. What, maybe 30 feet, 40 feet in diameter, maybe? I'm just judging on distance. Of course, I'm not doing it with any calculation, but you do have to, it's just awe-inspiring in a lot of ways. I said awe. It's awe. I was so awe-inspired that I forgot to say anything else. But let's see. Yeah, man, this is just the coolest stuff here. But let me shrink this back down so you can see. I want to take a look and see where we can go in here as well. I want to see what else they have, because I'm sure that there's probably a lot of cool stuff, that we haven't gotten to see yet. And hopefully we'll get to actually see everything, after waiting, what is it? How many decades now? Seems like forever. So I don't know if you guys all waited as long, if everybody had the same amount of time that they've waited, because all of us are all different ages. But like I said, if you believe in this stuff and you've seen it when you were a kid, it is going to fascinate you as much as it does me. And just with all the exploration that we've done recently on local planets, meaning like Mars, where Elon Musk plans to supposedly go, and everybody's counting on that. I hope that too. I hope that Elon Musk does do the deed here and take us up to that whole new place. That would be totally awesome. Well, let's go back up here and see. I wish you could find something that's like more recent, you know. As you can see, they have a lot of stuff here. Look at that, items, black and white color photographs, U.S. Air Force. Let me just take a look to see what that is. This is an actual document or something. I can't really tell what they're looking at here, except for this funny looking dog here. I love dogs. Nothing here really. Nothing stands out immediately on that one, but let's try down here and see. Hold on. Hope they have better photographs than this. Aircraft contrails such as this are often mistaken for these. Okay, I see. These are things that are mistaken. Okay, my bad. Why would they put that in the damn report? Nobody wants to see that. Okay, hold on. Oh, it is the same thing here. Let me see phenomena records. National icon. So I'm going through this for the first time, so bear with me. I don't know what we're gonna find out here, but I wanted to look at it and to see. And this is something else that I want to look at for you guys as well. That we'll definitely be taking a picture of. Taking a look at as well. So hold on. Let's see what we got here. Okay, is this a joke? He was around during Roswell, if I'm not mistaken, this guy.
From all kinds of sources has been due to our feeling of an obligation to identify and analyze to the best of our ability anything in the air that may have the possibility of threat or menace to the United States. In pursuit of this obligation, since 1947, we have received and analyzed between 1,000 and 2,000 reports that have come to us from all kinds of sources. Of this great mass of reports, we have been able adequately to explain the great bulk of them, explain them to our own satisfaction. We've been able to explain them as hoaxes, as erroneously identified friendly aircraft, as meteorological or electronic phenomena, or as light aberrations. However, there have been a certain percentage of this volume of reports that have been made by credible observers of relatively incredible things. It is this group of observations that we now are attempting to resolve. Our basic difficulty in dealing with these is that there is no measurement of them that makes it possible for us to put them in any pattern that would be profitable for a deliberate, custom sort of analysis to take the next step. We have, as of date, come to only one firm conclusion with respect to this remaining percentage, and that is that it does not contain any pattern of purpose or of consistency that we can relate with to any conceivable threat to the United States. Is that? We can say that the recent sightings are in no way connected with any secret development by any department of the United States.
You know, it's weird. They've maintained this stance for decades. You know, you're talking about maybe 60, 70, 80 years, who knows, you know, somewhere around that. And I don't understand why they would hold, you know, I mean, well, I guess you can kind of understand it in the sense that, you know, there's things that they wanted to hide, I guess, you know. They have a lot of stuff here. Let me see something. These are digitized videos. I wanted to see more of the actual, like photographs that they had. But they only have this one archive here. I guess. Let's take a look at this and see what this is here. So I don't even know what this is, to be honest with you guys. I don't know what that is. But let's go back a little bit further. Let's take a look at this one. Let's see here. Hold on. I mean, I get it that that Trump was gracious enough to allow us to have this, but at the same time, there's not really. I mean, doesn't show like substantially, you know, shocking evidence or anything like that. But I guess it's nice that they're kind of corroborating the idea that there are aliens out there, that there are spacecraft that we don't know of, that they don't know anything about. They only have pictures of these aircraft, and we're getting a chance to take a look at it. Let me go back here and just double check something really fast. Let's check out NASA and see what they have. NASA might have something really interesting. Let's check this out. Because on September 14th, 2023, the NASA Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Independent Study Team published its final report containing a series of recommendations for how the agency can help to move our understanding of UAP forward. So I don't want to download this. In accordance with the Federal Advisory Committee Act, NASA announces a public meeting of the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Independent Study Team. This meeting will take place on Wednesday, May 31st, 10:30 a.m. to 2:30 ET. The meeting will be broadcast live, nasa.gov live. You can see that there. And public participation is available by submitting and upvoting questions on Friday, May. Oh, this is coming up. No, this is in 2023. My bad. NASA discussed new unidentified aerial phenomena. So they already did this. I'm sorry, guys. This is so hard to navigate, but at least we get to learn about this together on what these websites have to offer here. So I don't want to download the report. This is not something I feel like doing, but let's go backwards here. Hold on. Go back here. Department of Homeland. Origin of Kona Blue. I've heard of Kona Blue. Where are all the photographs, man? Let's check this. Okay, we're back to the photograph, guys. So let's see what we got here. I'm assuming this light right here, what looks like an orb-like thing, it's moving on its own. I guess it's being tracked. It looks like it's being tracked by, I believe they may be in an aircraft, because it doesn't look like they're seeing it from the ground. It's really hard to be able to see these things, right? So the United States European Command submitted a report of an unidentified anomalous phenomenon to All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, consisting of 20 seconds of video footage from an infrared sensor aboard a U.S. military platform in 2022. Arrow assesses with high confidence that the footage depicts the presence of a physical object. The object's morphological features, meaning that it was changing its shape, morphological features, performances, characteristics, and behaviors are unremarkable and do not warrant further analysis. Arrow will continue to investigate this case should further information become available to enable a more conclusive attribution. This unresolved report contributes to Arrow's historical and locational trend analysis. And this was done in January of 2026. That means at the beginning of this year, guys. Even though, that's what I was telling you. Remember when we watched a video just a little while ago? Does the footage look any different in the quality? How could we be, this is what doesn't make any sense. How could we be, decades, half a century or more than half a century into the future, and the quality of the film is exactly the same? How does that make any sense? Do you guys, feel what I'm saying here? Do you understand that? And this is more nonsense here. I'm kind of upset because I expected some real hardcore imaging, and this actually isn't bad at all, except you can't really get a close-up here, but you see what appears to be one, maybe two, maybe three things here. I'm not sure. And it's funny, they always have this form of radar that they use. Let me go further down and see. Is there anything else here? Let's see. I'm assuming he's looking, or they're looking into the night sky. Is that what it is? Very hard to tell what they're looking at. I see a light there, but I'm not sure exactly what everything else is around it. Is it ocean? Is it sky? Is it something other than that? Yeah, see these? I bet you the photos and the videos that they actually have would be like actual movies that would freak the hell out of us. And you remember the movie Independence Day when they finally get down to Area 51, and then when they go into the actual research center under Area 51, where Data from Star Trek, I forgot his name, the actor that plays Data from Star Trek, was actually working on UFOs or UAPs and aliens, and they had one captured. I always thought that was kind of cool, but I just feel like 100% sure that is everything that I've seen in my life and things that I've seen now, that there's got to be something to this. This can't be just some random thing. So again, we have this footage that you really can't tell, and which sucks. And I apologize, guys. I didn't make this archive. But I thought there'd be a lot more in-depth video. It's still exciting that you have some sort of corroboration to what we've all suspected for so long. But you know, you would want to, at this point, like something that shows a little bit more than just these random weird you know, videos and you know, photographs that we're getting, you know. So that's the thing. Let me check something real fast, guys, because I'm sure that if, let me see if they have the, let me see if they have it here. There's something that I saw that if you guys haven't seen this, is going to blow your mind. Now this is the stuff that you can actually get, okay, on your own. But if you haven't seen this yet, I can tell you, hold on to the seat of your pants here. This is from NASA TV, and they actually had cut it while it was going on, you know, or they tried to cut it during that time. Here's something that's really interesting. So just to give you a little understanding of what's going to happen here, when they went into space, they put out a tether out there, and the tether snapped, and it just started floating out in space. The tether is 12.2 miles long. That's huge. But with that, you see, when the tether goes out there, you see all these things surround it, and they look like these circular spacecraft. But if you know that the tether is 12.2 miles, it gives you an idea of the size of the things that we're going to see. Some of them are a mile and a half, around that, maybe even a couple miles, some of them in diameter. And that would mean they would be like the size of small cities or something. I mean, you're talking about huge, you know, for something floating out in space. Look at that. Now, these are the videos I like.
Okay, it's in the bogan arm now, and I'm trying to track with the arm sort of semi-rigid.
Pretty good job, Jeff.
And this is at full zoom.
Yes, we can see the suggestion of the tether on the right side. Unless that's just a reflection on the window pane.
Yeah, I could definitely see the tether in the viewfinder. Unfortunately, it was at a low angle through the window, and so there's a lot of distortion in the image.
Copy.
We have acquisition out the front window. I'm going to go and take some more pictures of that.
Roger.
Okay, here's the last little bit I got through the front window. It's not very good. It was very low, and the window's pretty dirty, and it was hard to get access, but I might as well downlink it. It's about 2.5 minutes worth.
Thank you, Jeff.
I think he starts to mess with the exposure and contrast at some point. Yeah. And look.
Okay, Houston, we got contact. It's beautiful. We're gonna get it on the TVs and downlink to you. We can see the tether.
Great news, Franklin, and we'll look for that picture.
Did you hear that? Look at that. There goes the tether right there. 12.2 miles. Now look at the stuff around it, guys. Once he's got it focused in, look at this. These things are huge. Remember, that's 12.2 miles long. Some of those things are a mile long. Look at that. It passed right. That's like a mile long. Whatever these things are phenomenal. These things are moving in all different directions. If you look at it, you see now he goes quiet, They don't say anything, but they're trying to just zoom in on the tether itself and look at the size. Well, what are these things? They're tremendous in size, and they're flying in every different direction that you can think of. And some of them are maneuvering.
Franklin, we see a long line, a couple of star-like things, and a lot of things swimming in the foreground. Can you describe what you're seeing?
Well, the long line is a tether, and there's a little bit of debris that kind of flies with us, and it's illuminated by the sun at such low angles. So there's a lot of stray light, and it's getting washed out quickly, but Claude is trying to do a quick, good job here adjusting the cameras.
Copy that.
So take a close look at that, guys.
Houston, Columbia, I was using both the 20 power binoculars and the 400 millimeter Nikon lens under the body bag, and it only just disappeared in the glare of the sun about 30 seconds ago. The tether looked completely straight. I did not see any bright spots along the tether except at the very bottom, where there was a bright spot which was unresolvable for me. I did not see anything above the satellite.
So he's lying there.
Thank you. We copy all, Jeff. Good observations. We look forward to your descriptions and photography when you get.
Okay, let's go back here and look at this. He's lying there. You can, let me just pause this here for a minute. Take a good look at this. This tether here is 12.2 miles long. These things that are flying, look at them. These things that are flying, like that one that just went under there, that may be what, if that's 12 miles, that's got to be, this is half. These things are a mile long or a mile in diameter. That's how big they are. And it's not just one, they're everywhere. Look at the speed of that one right there. And they're not hitting each other. You have to look at that. Everything, I mean, this is a conglomeration of things, objects in space that are massive. Okay? This is a great picture here. Look at this. See, look at this. They have a center hole here. And look at the size. Some of them are huge. You have to remember, we're looking at something. This tether is 12.2 miles long, okay? And look at the size of this thing next to it. I mean, it's got to be like almost a mile long. You can't tell me that this is just random.
Franklin, we see a...
Look at that. Okay, let me stop that there. These things are traveling through space. That 12.2 miles long tether that you see here, this long object here, that's called a tether here. They were pulling this at the back of the shuttle, and it broke off and flew out into space. Then all of a sudden, when they finally, adjusted the contrast and exposure and whatever else they do to get a clear picture, all of a sudden now you see these things flying all around this object. This part was silenced in the media for quite a long time until somebody let it out into the public. But you have to ask yourself, if, let's hypothetically speak here. If these things are a mile in diameter, okay, because we know how big that tether is, these are like small cities floating in space. Tons of them. If you look at that, look at how many are out there. There's no such thing as the Earth being able to contaminate that much of space and have it, whatever they threw out there would be in a mile in diameter. It makes no sense. It's not space debris, in other words. But the weird thing is, when I use the word cities in space, what I mean by that, if you look at all the ancient cultures, they always talk about those who came from heaven to earth. And they talk about heaven, the people that lived in heaven, which is beyond earth. It was a celestial place in the stars. Something that big, you could probably live generations on, just like in Star Trek, when I use the term generations. It would be probably floating out in space. They're probably colonies of people, or not people, whatever, aliens that live traveling through space, because they probably have an entire ecosystem set up within their ship, and it would make sense that they'd be able to be fully functional and have everything that they need to be able to travel for light years or however long it would take for their voyage or mission or whatever it is that they're on. But it almost makes me think that there's probably a lot more going on, because we see so much heavy traffic out there. And you notice that the guy that's speaking hesitate with, he was quiet in the beginning, then he had to come out and say something after that. And then, that when they tried to play this off as it was space debris, does that look like space debris to you guys? Take a close look at that. Does it really look like space debris?
Line, a couple of star-like things, and a lot of things swimming in the foreground. Can you describe?
Did you hear that? A lot of things swimming in the foreground, star-like things. Listen to the way that he describes it, because he's not sure what he's seeing. Also, remember, these are not like random things just flying by, because there's so many of them. Somehow they're not hitting each other. You would think if it was just random, you would see some collisions, some things, actually smacking into the other thing and, causing it to go in a different direction. None of that's happening. They are all flying within safe distance from each other. All of them, and some of them are going at much higher speeds and velocities. You can see it.
What you're seeing.
Look at that.
Well, the long line is a tether, and there's a little bit of debris that kind of flies with us.
Look at the size of that thing right there. Do you see that? You're talking about 12.2 miles long. How big is this thing?
It's illuminated by the sun.
It's like flickering. Do you see this one here? This one right here is flickering. Look at this.
Low angle. So there's a lot of stray light, and it's getting washed out quickly. But Claude is trying to do a quick, good job here adjusting the cameras.
This one is just standing there, stationary. Unless that's a glitch of some sort. See, look at the pulsation right here. Do you guys see that? This one here, it's clear right there. It's got like a little darkness here and a little darkness here, but around that's glowing right now, because it was actually the light kept flickering in some way. It was weird, or pulsing in some strange way. You can't fake this. Look at that, man. Look at that. Okay. This does look, I was watching another video where somebody said it looks like the inside of your veins, where you see what's floating around inside the blood, and it does actually have that resemblance. But at the same time, look at how many of these things are out there, guys. That to me, this makes sense, because if we look at how expansive the universe is and how many different life forms possibly could be out there. Look at how many life forms we have right here on Earth. Okay? All the life forms that we have here on this planet alone. Now, you're going to tell me that we have an entire universe filled with unlimited amounts of M-class planets, meaning the right distance from the sun, just like our planet is an M-class planet. Probably hundreds of billions of planets that are M-class, most likely, I'm thinking, because it's almost like unlimited, the universe in itself, and you're telling me there's no other life out there? It makes me wonder what the truth is, and even though some people always talk about that, the here on Earth is being run by a reptilian race. I look into these things because if you study the history of the cultures, the ancient cultures of the world, you'll see that there's always a reptilian-like humanoid people that have been spoken about. This is going, if you want to go back to ancient Sumeria, you have the ancient Anunnaki from the Sumerian text. You go back to India, the Naga. The Naga are a type of people that were reptilian in nature. They even have an amphibian type of humanoid style being. So what's to say if we are supposedly, as humans, the highest form of a mammal, wouldn't there be a highest form of a reptile, most likely what they call reptilians, and also amphibians? Because mermaids are amphibious in some way or another. Sirens is what they used to call them. I mean, all these things can't be just only imagination, because if you go back to the ancient sayings of the past, they talk about, there's a saying that they use in physics a lot, that there's a story about the shaman in any group of people, right? Well, the shamans were like the priests of the village, and if they say something existed, then it existed, and the people actually understood. They have a story about them looking out to sea, and the shaman kept staring out there. Everybody else was staring as well. But until the shaman said, there's something out there, meaning a ship at this point that was sailing, no one saw it until he made it apparent to them. You understand? And I find that very significant, because the way we peer out into the universe is how they peered out into the ocean. And we could all look up at the sky, because that's what I did when I was a kid. That's when I had my first experience of seeing an actual UFO or UAP, whatever you want to call it. And I'll never forget it. It's been a big part, an integral part of my life, and also the phenomenon behind a lot of these things as well. And also my life's been so strange. But if you guys have had any kind of experiences like that, or can relate with any of those things, I would love to hear your comments on any of the things that I've said, because I like to speculate like this a lot. And I've had to shut myself off in certain surroundings of certain people, because everybody's going to look at you like you're crazy, and even the people that are most famous for doing this type of speculation are still, and even though they have degrees in science and a doctorate and all this stuff, people still will call us, not normal in whatever capacity. But I always look at that as a compliment, because if you're able to see what's out there, then you become the shaman. That means you're seeing what other people can't see. That means there's something special there, guys. If you can see these things, there's something special. Look at that. It's a nice contrasted look here. Look at this. So many of these things. I really wonder exactly what these things are. That they're so large. Remember, that's 12.2 miles long. And some of these things are massive. Look at that. They're all flying with their trajectories, not hitting anything. Everything's moving just like traffic. I don't know what the laws are of traveling through the universe or the space like that, but they must have some form of, if they're able to have space flight, they must have some form of knowing what's around. Maybe something that's automatic, it works on its own, and it probably figures out, just like the Tesla cars. It probably has some kind of system, a navigation system set up like that, where it can maneuver from objects and keep it a certain distance, so it can have safe distance to be able to maneuver it just in case of any collisions. So, if we have it in Tesla cars and other kind of electronic cars or whatever, they must have something very similar whatever, and even more sophisticated than what we have, you know. But I'll tell you what, this has been. I hope that you guys enjoyed this, because I totally really enjoyed this, watching this stuff, and I will definitely see you guys in the next video. I really do hope that you guys really enjoyed this. If you did, please definitely hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and leave a comment. Let me know how you guys feel, because I'll be doing a lot more videos coming up now that I'm feeling a little bit better. So I've been suffering some physical stuff, some medical issues, and I've been getting over it little by little. And you'll see me more on video sitting upright and stuff soon. But I really totally am amazed at the stuff I'm seeing now, and hopefully things are going to keep coming out. We're going to find out more and more of what's happening. And the more that they bring out, the happier I get, and I hope you guys do too. So definitely stay tuned, and I'll see you guys in the next video. I got some cool stuff coming up for you guys, so definitely stay in there. All right, be blessed, guys. Talk to you soon.
Welcome to TSP Rav Shiva. Explore the unknown.
An intelligence officer who says he was in contact with Eskridge before her death shared shocking messages with the outlet. One dated May 13th, 2022 read, "If you see any report that I killed myself, I most definitely did not. If you see any report..."
In the P-47s. Do you know what that is? They're us from the future. They're from here. They are you. They are me. They're from here, from the future. P-47 is present.
Hey, what's up, guys? Take a look at this. It's going to blow your mind.
A large number of pastors that had been invited to go to a certain state to hear some men in the United States government and others share with them a concern that they had. But he said, Perry, what they're about to release, from what we're hearing, there's going to be a release concerning aliens and concerning unidentified flying object spacecraft, that some of the people who were in the meeting were telling us as pastors, you need to prepare your people and you need to get ready to answer them for what you're about to hear being released. And some of it has to do with crafts that have been discovered that are not allegedly a part of our planet, and the materials they're made of are not a part of our planet.
Welcome to TSP Rav Shiva. Explore the unknown.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, TSP Rav Shiva. I hope everybody's doing well. So I heard about this. This was going around the internet like COVID. I hate to say that's a bad joke, but so many things are happening right now, and people are talking. If you've watched my videos in the past, you know that this is a very big thing for me about disclosure, and it makes me feel sane that so many other people now are coming forward and talking about their experiences. It's really a great feeling. So if you guys are new here to my podcast, welcome. Familiarize yourself with some of my stuff. Definitely subscribe, like the channel, and explore. That's what we're about, is exploration. And here we have a pastor here that is watching CBN News Channel. I don't affiliate myself with CBN, but I thank them for having this footage, and really grateful for it. I saw a few different podcasters and some news clippings as well, where this kind of made the circulation through the media. And so many people now are coming forward and talking about it. And I think they're just as excited as I am. It's just really, really exciting to know that we're at a place now where, at a juncture where some really amazing things hopefully are actually about to happen. And I don't know what you guys feel about that, but I'm super excited. I'm super hyped about this. But guys, without, holding this back any further, let's get into this.
Very strange reptilian-looking creatures
Okay, our alien expert, Billy, what did you make of that?
I love that alien expert. Well, here's what I'll tell you. We don't really know what this meeting was. We don't know what happened. I have seen other people say, oh, no, it's real. I was there. This meeting happened. You know, the reality is we don't know the confines of the information, what was sort of given. There's a lot happening here. Disclosure, the idea that alien disclosure could happen, or explanations for, you know, these UFOs, that the government is going to do this. We've seen the president talk about this. But the idea that faith leaders would be brought in is very interesting because this is going to be a big deal. It's going to be a big deal in culture. It's going to be a big deal essentially in the church, because people have to have an answer to it. We've been talking about this quite a bit here, you know, in different segments. And the reality is Christians have to know what they believe and what they think about this. And that requires praying about it, asking the Lord, looking at scripture, trying to understand what could possibly be going on here. But I have to tell you, the big thing when I look at this is that fear. Fear is something that is going to grip people. There's also a fascination. People have long wanted to believe in aliens. They've wanted to believe in UFOs. Maybe 10 years ago, we would have laughed about it, but right now, more than half of the public believes that these things are real. And so whatever this disclosure tells us, the fact that you had pastors purportedly gathered together, if this is true, to talk with government officials about it is very, very intriguing for a couple of reasons. First, it shows that pastors, still in the eyes of the government, hold an important role in our culture and our society, right? They preside over many, many people, sometimes thousands of people. And so if you want to get a message to people, you go to those pastors. But the second thing, and this is really interesting, we have no idea if this is true. We have to assume now, are we just going to believe suddenly whatever the government narrative is on? And we don't know what it's going to be. Whatever the government comes out and says about UFOs and aliens is I guess, are we posturing to say we're going to believe that automatically? Are we going to question that? Are we going to try to understand maybe what is going on? Because we are very much in a time where there have been a lot of distrust and a lot of questions about what the government has said on other issues, right, of late. And so I'm very interested to see how people react to the government coming forward with information, you know, because you have to assume again that the government knows, okay, well, if I trust what the government says, right, and at face value, and whatever narrative they put out there, if I just say I'm going to embrace that, I think that's pretty lazy. So I would encourage everybody, regardless of whether or not this story is true, regardless of whether or not pastors were brought together, when that disclosure does happen, that you take it to prayer. And I'll stop there, Raj. But I'll just say this last thing. You take it to prayer. You ask God, how do I interpret this information? What does this mean? And we put it up against what scripture tells us to have a proper framework and understanding of what could be happening.
Okay, guys. So, you know, the thing I want to tell you guys is that I don't particularly subscribe to any particular religion. I do believe I'm a spiritual being. And I do believe what he's saying is that, yeah, definitely prayer, definitely in whatever form that you pray in, whatever's happening in the world right now is so monumental on so many different levels, because at the same time these things are happening, I don't know if you guys realize that majority of humanity now has given our lives over to something that we barely understand called artificial intelligence, AI. It's basically going to be running the world and running the systems of the world. Now you have to ask yourself at this point, you know, why is this happening? Why is it happening now? And what's the outcome going to be for this? Like, what is the end goal here? The end result that they want? Is it a merging between the human being and the artificial intelligence, which it seems like that's really the trajectory of where this is going? I don't know what to say, guys. You know, I'm kind of confused here on what they're going to do, or why they're doing what they're doing. You know, so I don't know what to say, man. You know, I can only say that we can only hope for the best at this point. And, you know, there are a couple other things I want to show you guys as well. So hold on. Let me click out of this here. And this I found interesting as well. Was it this one or is it? Hold on. Yeah, here it is. Take a look at this, guys. This is really interesting as well. Listen to this.
So I can't really comment too much on what Matt said, but I will say this.
Wait, seriously? Are you being serious or?
Is that
I'm
tongue in
being
cheek?
100% serious. I've been 100% serious. I've been briefed by just about every alphabet agency there is. And I'll just tell you this, if they would release the things that I've seen, you would stay up, you'd be up at night worrying about or thinking about this stuff. We just need to disclose it all. I'm sick of it. Well,
Wow. Wow. I don't know what to say there, guys. This is that's pretty powerful. You have someone who, is part of the government, and he's saying something that I think is a little bit scary in some ways. I don't know if you guys realize that this talk is taking over, I mean, every aspect of government, the churches, the internet. It's definitely infecting the internet, and it's just everywhere you turn. And this is, if I were to look at this would be a way I would say that they're slowly assimilating us into whatever it is that they're doing. I think that we're all getting assimilated here, and one way of doing it is getting this talk through the internet. It's funny that the internet is the kind of buffering ground for this type of information, for anything really, and you can broadcast this information to the entire population of the world, and everybody will kind of be briefed in some indirect way of what's going on. I think that's what's really happening, and that's probably the easiest way for humanity to know about this. But I don't know what's going on. We don't know if this is something that's just a ploy by the government to get something else going on. But then again, like I said, there's so many things involved in this that it's kind of scary, when you look at the entire scheme of what's happening. But aside from that, there's some other things here that I found as well that might rock your boat here a little bit. JD Vance made some comments, which I thought, this goes back to what the first gentleman had said from CBN, where it gets, he's like saying that these things are demons. And, the more I look at that, I think that the reason people also say these things is that the only references that we have historically of anything like this is going to be from like biblical texts of any country, any religion all around the world. They all have some mention of these reptilian-like beings and other beings as well. But it's there in our ancient history, guys. Do you realize that? This stuff is sitting there thousands of years old, and here we are thousands of years later with all this technology talking about it. Think about that for a moment. Let that seep in.
You know me.
We saw aliens.gov.
I don't think they're they're aliens. I think they're demons anyway, but that's a longer discussion.
Well, I can't let you go without a follow-up on that, because Barack Obama is on this podcast and he goes, "Yeah, aliens are real, but like, here's where they're not." And
I did not.
And so Obama says,
I
yes,
didn't hear that
aliens.
one.
He gets asked point blank, "Are aliens real?" He says, "Oh yeah." And then he goes, "But they're not at Area 51." And
well, where are they,
Well,
Barack?
that's what he says. Right. There's a great question.
I need
Trump
to see
had to go
this-
save
I
him,
need
and
to
he
see
said
this
he's going to
podcast.
declassify.
Okay.
So you think they're demons?
Well, look, I think that celestial beings who fly around, who do weird things to people, I think that the desire to describe everything celestial, everything is otherworldly, to describe it as aliens. I mean, every great world religion, including Christianity, the one that I believe in, has understood that there are weird things out there, and there are things that are very difficult to explain. And I naturally go, when I hear about sort of extra natural phenomenon, that's where I go to, is the Christian understanding that, there's a lot of good out there, but there's also some evil out there. And I think that one of the devil's great tricks is to convince people he never existed.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing that he just said. One of the devil's greatest tricks is to basically get everyone to believe that he doesn't actually exist. And, I've thought about things like that too. If you believe in a devil as well, there's a lot of cultures that have an evil entity of some sort. And you want to call it whatever they want to call it, but it's very similar, because if you look at the books of Abraham and Moses, which all the major religions, most of the major religions come out of, like Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. They all have the Satan character. They all have this entity that's defying God's truth. So it's interesting, So I can understand why so many people think on this level. And within India, going back to the ancient, books of India, they also speak about what they call the asuras, which are like demons as well. And they don't have one main character, but they have many different entities that possess the exact characteristics of what Satan would be like as well. And it's very interesting. They have many different types of depictions of what God is as well. So it's interesting. It's like you have one that's sticking to the idea of just one God and one adversary, and then India says no, there's many gods and many adversaries. So it's the beautiful thing about life is that we all have the ability to choose what we want to believe. So I think that's fair game right there. But let's take a look at this other video I have here. So I picked out a few of these because they really stood out to me on what's happening in the world right now, and I think that's something that we should look at. Now, Avi Loeb is one of my favorite people in the world because he's just brilliant. Avi Loeb, so I just like him a lot. I think that he's a really, really intelligent guy, and he kind of puts things out there for us to like stop and to like to really think about it, to like just use our minds and say, hey, this is what's going on. And plus, he's an expert in his fields. He's not just anybody. He knows what he's talking about, and he's very graceful and funny and happy about it. That's why I like listening to him. But let's hear what he has to say here. I'm curious.
Today we might recognize this as something completely unexpected, but we might also figure it out.
So let me put it this way. I hear you, right? And I go back to the idea, let's say he saw or heard something, and it's his interpretation of it that it has a religious context and it's demons. But I think at the very least, if we make this assumption in this theory, he may have saw or heard something that would suggest that whatever these beings or these phenomena are evil, right? That seems to be the very big narrative put out by pop culture. They're evil, the evil. Is it assumed too much that UAPs, UFOs, aliens are evil if we're putting them in the demon context?
Yeah, I do think that's going too far because, I'm leading the Galileo project. We built 3 observatories. We're looking up and at millions of objects using machine learning, artificial intelligence algorithms to figure out if there are any outliers relative to the performance envelope of human-made technologies. And my thinking about it is not in the context of demons, but more in the context of aliens. And in that case, if we are seeing any extraterrestrial technologies, it's the way I think of them is the better angels of our nature. Why not be optimistic? Because we can learn from new technologies. We only had science and technology for 100 years, and most stars formed billions of years before the sun. I should also mention that the latest interstellar visitor we had, 3I Atlas, could have potentially released some probes or objects during its path. And in fact, in recent months, there was a report by the Meteor Society that indeed there is a surge in the number of meteors on Earth over the past few months in the first quarter of 2026. We should always, look
and
up.
You think that might be caused by three-eyed Atlas?
It's a possibility that I discussed in an essay on medium.com. I calculated that an ejection speed of only less than a few kilometers per second, which is completely reasonable of objects, even if it was a natural iceberg that fragmented, let's say a year ago or a decade ago, there was a cloud of debris around it, then some of those fragments could have hit the Earth in recent months. That's completely reasonable in terms of the numbers. The question of whether it's technological and release some probes, that's a completely separate question, because there you can have the fragments guided by technology. All I'm saying is we should be open-minded to the possibility that we're not at the top of the food chain within the Milky Way galaxy, that we can learn something from siblings of our family of intelligent civilizations. And of course, you may ask, how is religion supposed to be affected by any finding? Yeah. I had a visit to Harvard University, where I'm a professor, by a group of theologians led by the president of the Templeton Foundation, and they asked me how would our religious beliefs be affected by finding extraterrestrials. And I said, look, I have two daughters, and when the second one was born, it didn't take away any of the love that I have to the first one. And so assuming that God is a parent that can attend to only one child is very limiting.
Yeah, that's a good way. That's a really good way to try to think about that. It makes sense, because if we really do get more information, that may be ways people kind of process it and accept it. Avi Loeb, thank you for taking the time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for watching.
Hey guys, I'm still here. I was just trying to set up the camera so I can get on camera for a minute. But yeah, this is, Avi Loeb is no joke. What I love about Avi is that he kind of like, even though he is a professor at Harvard, he's also a very prominent voice, amongst all those scholars, because he's that, he has that, status in that position. I find it very intriguing. This guy is actually out here putting his reputation on the line and willing to kind of, in a way, disclose what he believes. So, I always give him the highest respect of all. He reminds me like, I don't know if you guys would remember Carl Sagan. That might be too young to remember Carl Sagan, but Carl Sagan was the guy that really gave Neil deGrasse Tyson his way in the field of astrophysics. And it's monumental because Neil deGrasse Tyson, some people don't like him, but he does the show called Star Talk, and I love watching his shows. I don't agree with everything he says, a lot of stuff that I disagree with, but I really, with how he presents everything, and this is like Avi Loeb. I love people that love what they do, and they're able to broadcast it, and they take risks like Avi Loeb is taking. Like I said, a Harvard professor doing this, you have to ask yourself, like, hey, would you take that risk of being a Harvard professor? I don't know if I would, but let's take a look at this. So here's something interesting. If you guys can see the screen here, we have Amy Eskridge here. If you don't know who she is, she was working on anti-gravity. I believe anti-gravity itself eventually maybe to become a propulsion system. And right before she passed away, there's all these statements that she put out, all these videos talking about how afraid she was. And it's just heartbreaking, really heartbreaking. All these great people are being taken out, and there's a tie-in between her and the most recent victim, who is I don't know if you guys are familiar with David Wilcock. Now, David Wilcock is also another like researcher, writer with alien, the idea of aliens and UFOs and things like that. And he was like on times, or quite a few times, on the Gaia channel, and the guy was really prominent doing very smart, intelligent man. And a lot of these guys all tie in together and know each other on those podcasts. So there's another video we're gonna watch after this with Praveen Mohammed, a fellow Indian. And I always like Praveen Mohammed. It's funny that when he ties this in together, it's gonna blow your mind, But let's watch this video here and see what's up. All right.
Paratrooper, an intelligence officer who says he was in contact with Eskridge before her death, shared shocking messages with the outlet. One dated May 13, 2022 read, "If you see any report that I killed myself, I most definitely did not. If you see any report that I overdosed myself, I most definitely did not. If you see any report that I killed anyone else, I most definitely did not." Milburn says Eskridge told him that she had been the target of repeated physical and psychological attacks, including from a directed energy weapon, a device said to emit focused energy capable of causing burns or other physical harm. The researcher specializing in anti-gravity, which is a staple topic among UFO enthusiasts, also mysteriously warned in a 2020 interview that her life might be in danger while discussing her research company, the Institute for Exotic.
I started the Institute for one reason. One reason, the Institute. I started it as a public facing persona to disclose anti gravity technology through, because I told Mark this. If you stick your neck out in public, at least someone notices if your head gets chopped off.
Eskridge also revealed that she had been receiving threats and that she had plans to disclose information about UFOs and extraterrestrials to the public. Her death was ruled a suicide, and neither the police nor the medical examiners have publicly released any details of an investigation into her death. Eskridge's death was unearthed after an already growing web of concerning deaths and disappearances of NASA scientists and individuals with ties to U.S. space and nuclear secrets. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer warned Fox News that something sinister could be happening and that the matter raises urgent national security concerns.
Yeah, when I first heard about this, I thought, well, that can't be true. That sounds like some kind of crazy conspiracy theory. But once you see the facts, it would suggest that something sinister could be happening, and it would be a national security concern.
The disturbing cases have since sent internet sleuths into a frenzy, searching for answers about the unsettling pattern. Michael David Hicks, who worked at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Flint Ridge, California, as a research assistant, passed away at the age of 59 in July of 2023. However, there's no public cause of death or autopsy for Hicks' passing, nor any mention of how he died in his obituary, although it does ask for donations in his memory to go to Alcoholics Anonymous.
So guys, you can look at this video history. You can see at the top here, it's Amy Eskridge predicted her own death. Let me see the channel here. It's called... this is the New York Post. I forgot, it's the actual New York Post. You can go to the New York Post or channel and just look this up and you'll see. Now this ties in exactly. The reason that I wanted to show you is that because this ties in exactly to what I was talking about. And if we go, I believe here, this is Praveen Mohammed. Now Praveen Mohammed is also kind of like an ancient alien hypothesis theorist, however you want to put that, a researcher, and he brings a lot of really interesting content from India. I'm trying to get him on my podcast to interview him, guys. So, if you guys hit that like button, mention that you want to see Praveen on my podcast, maybe he might do it. He's a hard man to get, to get a hold of. I've sent out a few emails, haven't heard back from him yet, but it's interesting that in this video, he's always kind of serious, but he's very serious in this one. It's really interesting to watch. So let's take a look at this. I think this is going to blow your mind.
This is one of the hardest videos I've ever made, because today we're not just talking about a researcher. We're talking about a man who inspired millions, a man who dedicated his life to uncovering hidden truths, a man who is maybe no longer with us. Reports have emerged that David Wilcock has passed away at the age of just 53. And if this is true, this is not just a loss, it's a shock. According to initial information, authorities responded to a 911 call on April 20, 2026. Now, this happened near Ridge Road in Colorado. The cops arrived, and within minutes, a man reportedly used a weapon on himself. The case was recorded, closed, simple, but is it really that simple? Because those who follow David Wilcock closely know something very important. He had repeatedly said, I would never take my own life. Not once, but multiple times, and that's where the questions begin. David Wilcock was not just another author. He was deeply involved in topics like UFOs, extraterrestrial contact, ancient civilizations. He appeared on shows like Ancient Aliens multiple times. Sometimes I appeared on the same episodes with him on Ancient Aliens and History Channel. And he built a massive following. And there is a pattern developing, right? Because I don't post obituaries on my platforms, but something strange is developing. Eric Von Daniken, gone. Nick Pope, gone just 2 weeks ago. Now, there are 11 scientists already gone or disappeared recently. They were all involved in high-level space and nuclear research. Now, this is the latest news from Fox News. David Wilcock was not a scientist, but he was working on anti-gravity technology. And some even believed he was in telepathic contact with higher beings. Now, agree or disagree, there is one thing you cannot deny. He had influence. Now, here's something that makes this situation even more unsettling. In his recent appearances, David spoke about his health. He mentioned blurry vision, nervous system issues, low energy, tingling sensations. He even said, "This doesn't feel like aging. Something is different." And then this has happened. For almost a year, David put no videos on YouTube, even though he had 500,000 subscribers. He only did live sessions. And just 2 days before this news, he went live again. And he did not show any signs of taking his own life. He was talking about politics. He was talking about Donald Trump. He was talking about UFO disclosure. And in the video before, he was talking about crop circles and global issues. Now, if you look at these videos, you cannot help but wonder, does that sound like someone preparing to end their life? Or someone still engaged, still fighting, still speaking? Now, here's where things become even more complicated. People close to him have spoken about cyberbullying, harassment, legal pressure, constant attacks. There are even claims that authorities were contacted multiple times, but no strong action was taken. And then there are other claims that may or may not be true. Claims of being targeted, being silenced, even slow poisoning. Now, these are serious claims, and right now, they remain unverified. But when you combine everything together, a pattern begins to form. A man researching controversial topics, a man claiming access to hidden knowledge, a man under pressure, a man with declining health, and suddenly he's gone. Now, even more strange, there's very little mainstream media coverage, almost nothing. A person who appeared on global shows, wrote books, produced documentaries, and yet silence? I just saw one statement from X, from Representative Anna Paulina Luna. She expressed condolences, praying for his family and acknowledging the millions he impacted. But still, no deep investigation coverage, no major headlines, no detailed breakdown of what really happened. Why? Let's be clear, this video is not making conclusions, and this video is not about spreading misinformation. But this is about asking questions, because when something doesn't feel right, you don't ignore it. You observe, you question, you seek truth. And right now, there are too many unanswered questions. Where is the recording of the full 911 call? Where is the dash cam or body cam footage? Why is there no visual confirmation? We don't see one picture or video about David Wilcock's passing. We don't see anything at all. And perhaps the biggest question of all, why did a man who said he would never take his own life end up being reported that way? Was it exactly what it seems? Or is there more beneath the surface? History has shown us that researchers exploring controversial ideas often face intense resistance, sometimes ridicule, sometimes pressure, and sometimes something worse. Again, we're not concluding anything, but we're not blindly accepting everything either, because truth requires courage. Today, we remember David Wilcock, not just as a researcher, but as a human being, a man who believed humanity could evolve, a man who believed we are more than just physical bodies, a man who believed we are light beings. Whether you agreed with him or not, he made people think. He made people question. He made people look beyond the obvious. And maybe that's why his story should not end in silence. If you're a fan of David Wilcock, if his work impacted you, then the best thing you can do right now is simple. Keep asking questions. I don't normally make videos about things like this. I make videos only about ancient temples. But I'm making a video because I want to keep asking questions about this. Because truth does not fear questions. Rest in peace, David. You will be missed, and your story is not over yet.
I'm thinking, holy they'd had contact with an apparent non-human intelligence 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100. They'd mention a being, and then when I said, what colour were they? And they'd go, oh, blue.
Have you heard of the P-52s and the P-47s? Do you know what that is? They're us from the future. They're from here. They are you. They are me. They're from here, from the future. P-47 is present plus 47,000 years. P-52 is present plus 52,000 years. And basically there's a calamity, right? So there's like a apocalypse scenario in the near future. It wipes out most of like everything, man. And there's the ones that go underground and survive, right? And then there's the ones that somehow stay on the surface and miraculously don't die.
Welcome to TSP Rav Shiva. Explore the unknown.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, TSP Rav Shiva, and we're going to explore some really interesting things today. That was Amy Estridge, and she's also one of the scientists that was working on gravitational, I think some form of propulsion system with NASA, amongst all the other many scientists that have now actually passed away due to very strange circumstances. We're not sure what's going on. It's been all over the news. Major news outlets have been picking the story up. And, when it gets to this point, you have to start wondering. Even President Trump himself, aside from his politics, has also mentioned it. And it's something that I think that we ought to look at. It's just really strange things happening in the world. And if you've seen my videos before, you know that this intrigues me quite a bit. But let's take a look at what they're saying now here in Congress. And I'm sure that this is going to be very interesting. Let's take a look at it, guys. Very, very, very excited here.
This morning, members of Congress are set to take on a deepening mystery after at least 10 American scientists, all with ties to U.S. nuclear or space research programs, have died or disappeared.
It does appear that there's a high possibility that something sinister is taking place here.
On Monday, the House Oversight Committee saying it will investigate the string of incidents, writing, if the reports are accurate, these deaths and disappearances may represent a grave threat to U.S. national security. It comes just days after the FBI launched its own probe. The agency telling NBC News it is working with the Department of Energy, Department of Defense, and state and local law enforcement to find answers. President Trump even said he was briefed on the matter last week.
I hope it's random, but we're going to know in the next week and a half.
The mysterious deaths and disappearances began in 2023 when Michael David Hicks, a scientist who worked with NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, died at the age of 59, with no cause of death publicly released. Between 2024 and 2025, 7 other scientists were reportedly killed or went missing, including 60-year-old NASA engineer Monica Reza, who vanished while on a hike near Los Angeles. And earlier this year,
my husband is missing.
William Neal McCaslin, a 68-year-old retired Air Force general, disappeared after authorities say he left his Albuquerque home on foot. The wave of deaths and disappearances sparking a slew of suspicion and conspiracy theories online.
This is not just a coincidence, it's absolutely a pattern.
Now, the cases are getting even more attention as federal investigators and lawmakers look for a potential link. And it's unclear how long the investigation could take to complete, though a senior FBI official says it will likely take longer than the week and a half the president had suggested. Craig?
Ryan Nobles Force there in Washington. Ryan, thank you. Hey, thanks for watching.
Hey, guys, this is super interesting to me. It baffles me what's going on.
Welcome to TSP Rav Shiva. Explore the unknown.
It's something that we definitely need to explore and find out really what's happening here. I found these few videos and I was very intrigued. This one is actually on Amy Estridge when she predicted her own death, which is interesting. That's the same woman that was in the beginning who was, working on the, I believe, gravitational propulsion system for NASA, or like many of the other scientists that we just saw that were mysteriously taken away from us. And it's sad, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the news, but every time I saw this over the last 10 years, and even more so now in frequency more recently, a lot of these scientists have been working on the same type of projects when it comes to what they want to call it propulsion systems, but I call it alien reversal, maybe reverse engineering, because look at all the technology we have just within the last 20, 30 years. In the span of history, we've basically gone from like primitive cavemen to almost space, what is it, space traveling, just about space traveling, because Elon Musk is working on that. But the reason I hesitated just now to say space traveling is because I'm still kind of iffy about the whole idea that we actually made it out into space, and that the Earth, if it is round or if it is flat. It's another thing that I question, because if you look at all the evidence, it's also something that I'll probably do a video on. But it's something, when you talk about these things, all these things correlate somehow. So it's hard to mention something, and if you have a belief about it, it's hard to not say it. Or if you have curiosity, like I have plenty of curiosity. I don't really have an idea or exactly or an opinion yet, because I need to gather more knowledge. Just like every other person out there, if you really don't know what's going on, it's better to have more questions about it. And that's what I try to do here, is I try to speculate. I try to ask these questions. Maybe the viewers, some of you guys might have some answers, and you might want to, put some of that in the comment, and let's hear what your opinions are, what you have to say, what your perspective is. That'll be interesting to me as well. But let's get on with looking at Amy Estridge. And it's so sad, again, to see someone like that be taken out in the way that she was. Let's look at this.
Newly revealed messages have drawn even more suspicion about the resurfaced death of one of 11 scientists with ties to America's space and nuclear secrets, who have mysteriously died or disappeared. Anti-gravity researcher Amy Estridge allegedly died from a self-inflicted gunshot in June of 2022.
Makes no sense.
When she was just 34 years old, according to the Daily Mail.
However,
Frank Milburn, a retired British paratrooper and intelligence officer who says he was in contact with Estridge before her death, shared shocking messages with the outlet. One dated May 13th, 2022 read, "If you see any report that I killed myself, I most definitely did not. If you see any report that I overdosed myself, I most definitely did not. If you see any report that I killed anyone else, I most definitely did not." Milburn says Estridge told him that she had been the target of repeated physical and psychological attacks, including from a directed energy weapon, a device said to emit focused energy capable of causing burns or other physical harm. The researcher specializing in anti-gravity, which is a staple topic among UFO enthusiasts, also mysteriously warned in a 2020 interview that her life might be in danger while discussing her research company, the Institute for Exotic.
I started the Institute for one reason. One reason, the Institute. I started it as a public-facing persona to disclose anti-gravity technology through, because I told Mark this. If you stick your neck out in public, at least someone notices if your head gets chopped off.
Estridge also revealed that she had been receiving threats and that she had plans to disclose information about UFOs and extraterrestrials to the public. Her death was ruled a suicide, and neither the police nor the medical examiners have publicly released any details of an investigation into her death.
Look, you have to ask that question. But she just kind of like put everything out there for us to kind of like take it for what it is. And that's a great metaphor, If you put your head out there when it gets chopped off, somebody actually notices. Only a scientist would have come up with an analogy like that, because it makes a lot of sense. Because you've seen, you can go all the way back to anyone that has come forward in the public, and they kind of, in their own way, stated the exact same thing, saying, it's better that I be out here in the open and you guys see what's going on. Then you'll know if something happens. You'll know that, that it wasn't me. And I think it's a travesty to know that people of such high caliber of people are being taken out, and it has to make you wonder, well, what's going on in the government? What's going on in the world? What's going on in the universe or in the galaxy that's affecting our world? I mean, I hate to say it like that because it might sound so far-fetched, but then again, we're living in a world that has changed so drastically in such a short period of time. And if you guys think of all the things that are going on right now in the world, you know, if you just give that a thought for a moment, think about, first of all, the anomaly of the core of the Earth spinning in reverse in a retrograde motion. It has never happened in all of recorded history. So that we don't know what's going on. You had Michio Kaku, who came out, well-known physicist, and said that we don't know what's going to happen, and we're waiting to see. So even he has some, you know, some idea that something may be going on or may be happening. Maybe the government has an idea as well, and that's why the world is doing all the things that it's doing, and the government's acting so crazy. I mean, I always thought when COVID happened, that was such a strange anomaly in itself because we've come so far in technology, and also with the containment of diseases and things like that. And to figure out, like, yeah, I could understand if we didn't have all the things that we have today, and like the Black Plague spread or something like that back when, you know, in the dark ages, so to speak, when we didn't have technology. But, you know, we're living in today's world, supposedly, where we have more advancements in all these areas, and we should have been able to, I think, prevent, you know, a lot of the things that are going on. Look at the weather. Have you guys noticed that the weather is extremely strange? When I saw the snowstorm in Florida, that was one of the weirdest things to look at. You know, it's like, didn't that hit you? If you guys didn't see that, look at the videos on that. You know, my mind was blown by that. I was just like, how weird. You know, you can look all over the world and see that the weather patterns have extremely drastically changed. And one of the reasons for that as well, I believe, is that the core of the Earth, while it's spinning in that retrograde motion, of course, it's going to affect the ionosphere. It's going to affect also the magnetic field of the Earth. And we know we're getting super heavy solar flares that are hitting the Earth as well. So we know all these things are definitely going to have some kind of impact on our ecosystem here on the planet. Not just on the ecosystem, everything within the ecosystem, including our own selves. Because we are all, you know, ionized and polarized. You know, we're all beings that are composed of all the elements of the Earth. So we will be affected, you know, speaking on that level, on a holistic level. But look at this chart here, guys. Look at this chart here. We have an amazing chart here that's showing, not amazing in a good way, but it's
Welcome
something
to TSP Rav Shiva. Explore the unknown.
Sorry about that. I gotta fix that transition. Forgive me for that. I didn't realize it was gonna do that when I transitioned here. But you know, if you look, it says the links between the missing and the dead officials. If you look, you have top scientists detecting signs of alien life connected to NASA, JPL. He's dead. That was Frank Maywald. Now going right next to him is Carl Grillmere, a scientist working with infrared telescopes. Grillmere's work found planet with water. Think about that. Connected to NASA and JPL. Now look at the bottom here. You see Monica Jacinto. I'm not too sure exactly who she is. It doesn't really state everything who she is, but I'm sure she's a scientist that worked on something. If she's connected to NASA and also receiving funding from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which we know Wright-Patterson Air Force Base is definitely connected in some way because they've been around since Roswell, you know, probably even before that, you know, when you look at it. And then you go down here and you see works on deflecting asteroids from Earth, Michael David Hicks, NASA research scientist. Now going across here from Wright-Patterson, if you follow across on the bottom from Monica to Wright-Patterson, and then you go over to oversaw for Raises Project, William Neal McCaslin, oversaw research at base. You have AFRL Kirtland Air Force Base. You have Los Alamos. Everybody knows about Los Alamos. You know, again, we're hearing names from back in the day of Roswell and also Area 51. These are names that we've heard quite a bit. Now you go up here, we see some missing guys now. You have Melissa Cassius, administrative assistant, Anthony Chavez, former employee until 2017. He's missing. So you have to see, look at and this is just a very small list that is growing larger at a very, very scary rate. And all these guys are connected to these main players here that are all involved in UFO and alien type research. I want to say it's reverse engineering, or it could be alien contact. I don't even know at this point, but I feel like with President Trump creating and basically implementing what they call Star Force, I believe is the name of this unit that we have now. So we have we have Marines, Army, Navy, Coast Guard, of course, and Air Force, and then we have a Space Force. And this is a legit thing. It's not even a joke, guys. It's a real thing. Can you believe that? And that's something that we have to really stop and think about for a moment, So, you put these things together, and this is, like I said, this is just a smidgen of what's really going on and how many of these guys that are involved that are all players, all connected to the same large entities. So there is something definitely going on here, and it does baffle me quite a bit. But let's go back and see what's going on here.
Eskridge's death was unearthed after an already growing web of concerning deaths and disappearances of NASA scientists and individuals with ties to U.S. space and nuclear secrets. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer warned Fox News that something sinister could be happening and that the matter raises urgent national security concerns.
Yeah, when I first heard about this, I thought, well, that can't be true. That sounds like some kind of crazy conspiracy theory. But once you see the facts, it would suggest that something sinister could be happening, and it would be a national security concern.
The disturbing cases have since sent internet sleuths into a frenzy, searching for answers about the unsettling pattern. Michael David Hicks, who worked at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Flint Ridge, California, as a research assistant, passed away at the age of 59 in July of 2023. However, there's no public cause of death or autopsy for Hicks' passing, nor any mention of how he died in his obituary, although it does ask for donations in his memory to go to Alcoholics Anonymous. 3 other scientists with ties to NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab, or JPL, have either gone missing or died over the past few years, even as recently as February. On February 16, 2026, renowned astrophysicist Carl Grillmeier, who worked on NASA's Spitzer Space Telescope, was suddenly and shockingly shot dead on the porch of his home in California. His shooter, Freddie Snyder, was arrested and is currently in jail. However, a clear motive has yet to be established.
Okay, this is interesting, guys, because if he was working on something that basically you could see, a telescope of some sort out in space, what if these guys that are working on these things are seeing anomalies? They've witnessed alien aircraft, they've witnessed actual aliens, they want to come forward and they want to say something, but there's some force. Remember, we always had the Men in Black? They even made movies about it. What if the mystery entity, the people behind the curtain, whatever you want to call them, or what if it's the aliens themselves that are causing these calamities? They're going around, and if any of these people, they know what these people are talking about. Maybe they all have some kind of, they tried to keep it secret, a group saying, we need to bring this out into the open, let the people know. And we know what happens to whistleblowers. Everybody knows that clearly. They get taken out. If not, they get put away for life. If they're lucky, they'll find themselves in another country where they have, safety in the other country. So like Edward Snowden, I believe he was either in China or Russia at some point, or maybe, I think he was at both places at some point. Who knows exactly where he is? But when he came out and said that, what he saw and what he experienced, he had to leave the country. They automatically, they listed him as public enemy number 1, and they went after him. Do you guys remember Bob Lazar? Bob Lazar, I remember when I was a kid in the 80s, and I totally remember when I first saw that and how intrigued me and my buddies were, all my friends. And we just sat there and talked about, hey, this guy came out and spoke about it, and then we'd see news clippings of him doing like all this outlandish stuff because he kind of must have been pretty hard what he was going through. I could only imagine you come out, he saw something that he wasn't supposed to see, or maybe he was supposed to see, but probably wasn't supposed to say anything about it. But he, like Edward Snowden, he's like, the people have to know, and I think that I guess that gesture or that motivation of wanting people to know is extremely important. It's almost altruistic in some way, because when I say altruistic, I mean that for the benefit of the people. So I think he has this, a lot of these people who do these things are altruistic by nature, because they're not gaining anything from it. Bob Lazar didn't really make any money from any of the things he said. His life was really made very miserable from it, and it makes me wonder what kind of world we live in, what kind of government we live in, and it makes me want to go even deeper here, because this is, I have to make another video about this. I have videos in here in my archive of videos where I spoke about Antarctica and the poles, and they have these entrances into the earth, and that's where you had some Admiral Byrd back in the 1940s, and 50s had discovered an alien civilization with great detailed description of UFOs and how they can outmaneuver us and do all these things. All these things all correlate to something, guys. There has to be something that's going to come out in the very near future. I don't know if you guys watch my videos at all, but if you see the parts about dreams, I have gotten some dreams where I've communicated with beings since I was a kid. And I don't know if you guys ever experienced that, but those experiences to me have been very motivational, pivotal in my life. It's one of the reasons that at my age, I went back to school to start studying physics at City Tech in New York. That's where I got to meet Professor Sylvester James Gates. And right now I'm working on a graduate degree in cybersecurity for a reason, because I think we should all know a little bit of that, because you have to protect yourself online. And I'm not going to sell you anything here. I'm just saying that's what I do. You have to protect yourself online, because online is where everything can happen now, There's so many different things that motivated me to get into the idea of exploration. It took me a long time, guys, to come out and start actually making videos about this, because I just kept thinking, what would people think about me if I start talking about my experiences? But my experiences, our experiences, is what makes us who we are. If you repress those experiences, then you really are going to have something building up inside you, like a regret, of some sort. And I don't think that that's good. I think that we have to go out and kind of do the research, have a little curiosity, explore a little bit, and try and find out what that is, guys. So anyway, without further ado, let's get back into this.
Another researcher at NASA's JPL, Frank Mywald, died in July 2024 at the age of 61. Like Hicks, there's little to no public information about how he died. JPL's former newly appointed director of its materials processing group, Monica Reza, mysteriously went missing in June of 2025 while hiking with friends in the Angeles National Forest in California, and hasn't been seen since. Reza's research...
I hate to say this, but hiking with friends and then she disappears with friends? What kind of friends were those, man?
in materials science was funded by the Air Force Research Laboratory at Wright-Patterson Base in Ohio, which is long rumored to hold extraterrestrial debris tied to the famous 1947 Roswell crash. The Air Force Research Lab was headed up by retired Air Force General William McCaslin, who also has shockingly gone missing. McCaslin mysteriously vanished on February 27, 2026, from his Albuquerque, New Mexico home, along with a pair of hiking boots and a .38 caliber revolver. McCaslin was also the former research commander at Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico, which works closely on national security projects with Los Alamos National Laboratory, famous for developing nuclear weapons during the Manhattan Project. In June of 2025, two workers from Los Alamos, Anthony Chavez and Melissa Casillas, vanished from their homes in eerily similar circumstances. Chavez, age 79, was last seen leaving his New Mexico home on foot, leaving behind his car, wallet, phone, and keys. Casillas, age 54, was last seen on camera walking alone on a highway, also without her wallet, phone, or keys, after telling family members she would be working from home, Dateline reported. Other dead or missing...
I just want to say something here that the idea that you leave your home without your main components that you take with you, is your identification, your house keys, things of a personal nature. Usually that is very uncommon, especially for people at that caliber that are scientists. They're very meticulous about what they do. The only time I could think of anyone doing that is if you watch these movies where people are being, where they have like sabotage and espionage and all this spy versus spy stuff. And usually they're getting prompted by someone who has something over them or causing them fear or something along those lines. And they'll listen. And of course you wouldn't take your phone if they told you not to. Why? Because it's traceable. Your phone is easily traceable. Your keys can also be traceable as well, because if you have today's vehicles, they usually have something embedded in the keys that you open your car door with now, because they have an electronic part attached to it that carries, a frequency and a code and whatever else inside there that it can track you with. So that's interesting that they both have the same situations in the same style. That tells me one thing, that something is going on here, man. It's like right there, guys. It's right there. And it's sad because these people that are doing all this great work are getting, why would they just take them out like that? And I think it's probably a much bigger conspiracy than we think of. Like, the first thing I would think of is just the corporations, the large corporations that are involved, like JPL, like NASA, like BlackRock, like any one of those big, large, Halliburton, any one of these big companies. That if they figure that someone could out them and say something to harm them in some way, that they'd rather get rid of them on the spot, regardless of who they are. And we live in that type of world, that we're living in the same world where President Kennedy disagreed with the idea of secret societies, which is very coincidental, right? When you think about that idea. And he was shot and had his head blown off, or, blown up, in public on international media, and, you have to think that what type of beings are we dealing with? And it makes me think that there's an inhuman factor to a lot of these things that are going on. I always wonder about that. Like I said, I believe in the spiritual aspect of things, but I do study the technical and the scientific part as well, because you have to have a little bit of both to really get to an understanding, because we're physical beings, But let's get back to this.
Scientists include Jason Thomas, who led the chemical biology team at Novartis and was found dead in a lake this past March. Famous MIT physicist Nuno Loureiro, who was shot and killed last December, and Stephen Garcia, who worked on security for a producer of non-nuclear components in American-made nukes and went missing in August of last year. As of now, no federal agency has publicly acknowledged any connection between the cases. Comer shared he plans to bring the leaders of several federal agencies' offices before Congress and asked that anyone affiliated with America's nuclear program should be on alert, given the possible security risks to the nation.
What can I say, guys? This does blow my mind. There's a lot of information that we just went through there. I'm sure you guys probably have the same feelings like I do about this. I just want to say, first of all, as a human being, it's sad to know that so many people, God knows why, are getting taken out or disappearing or, suiciding themselves or something along those lines, we don't know what's going on, and living in such a world of uncertainty is very difficult. And when I think of talking about specifically scientists, and you use the word uncertainty, we usually talk about atoms, right? Not myself, I'm not a scientist, but I've studied a little bit of physics, dabbled here and there. I'm still going to finish my degree, but it's after I finish my other degree. But the idea of uncertainty, it's a principle that that Einstein always spoke about, spooky movement, with atoms, and we don't know what's going to happen. And here, that idea of uncertainty lingers with the actual fluctuation of life of the people who are working at the highest levels of technology. You have to stop and think about that and wonder, what the hell's really going on? Like, what's really happening? It's like, I have to say, it does sadden me quite a bit. I'm not going to lie. There's quite a bit of sadness that goes through me for this. So I wish that there was another way that they could deal with this, and we wouldn't have to lose anyone, and people don't have to get taken out or missing or any of those things. There should be another way that we as humans that have reasoning skills and reasoning ability that would be able to figure out a way to communicate and find a solution. But for some reason, even at this level, violence still seems to be the way that these beings, whoever they are, that are in control, they prefer violence. They prefer, the worst way to deal with this. It's not a real solution. It's a crime. It's a criminal act. But I don't know. I am the spiritual philanthropist. That's what I go by. I'm a practicing. I don't want to say yogi because I'm not enlightened, but I can say a yogi, aspiring yogi, if you want to call it that. And my consciousness is affected by the idea of people being harmed. And I think that this is something that needs to be brought out more, that people need to talk about as well. And it's a big part of what's going on in the world. And I'm pretty sure, like I said, a lot of these people that probably are altruistic in nature for the benefit of all humans, all beings, that they probably wanted to say something or speak out and get something going on, like a movement probably, because there's probably something very scary coming our way. Maybe already here. We may be already assimilated into it. We don't know. Whatever it is, guys, I hope and pray for all of us that we're going to have a beautiful future and have great health, great wealth, and happiness. And I hope you guys enjoyed this video. By the way, if you haven't seen, if you go to forbiddenmantra.com, there's a lot of cool books there. It's my favorite place to go. So I kind of put up a lot of their stuff here. And I have some of my books up there if you can see as well. All right. So guys, I'll leave you with that. I'll see you guys in the next video. Stay safe, guys. Have an open heart. Stay compassionate, forgiving, and realize that karma isn't just about what people go through on their own. We have the ability to show compassion and understanding. That's what we're there for. That's why we all have each other. Just remember that, guys. Okay? And I'll see you guys soon. Thanks for tuning in.
Welcome to TSP.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, TSP Rav Shiva. So if you're wondering who that is, when I was going to City College, City Tech, up in Brooklyn, I got to meet Sylvester James Gates, Professor Sylvester James Gates, and very interesting man. He's the guy that came up with the error correcting codes, which if you haven't heard of that, I suggest you definitely go look into it. But today we're going to look at something super, super interesting. I think you guys are going to find this so fascinating because some of the stuff that coming out in the news lately has been literally mind-boggling. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar of what's happening in the world right now, but there's so many things that are going on. It just really will blow your mind. So without further ado, guys, let's take a look at this stuff, all right? I'm really, really excited about this as well.
And these objects are coming closer and closer and closer, and I'm thinking, holy they'd had contact with an apparent non-human intelligence 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100. They'd mention a being, and then when I said, what colour were they? And they'd go, oh, blue. was a moment in my interview with Jake Barber, which I think is the single most important data point that came out of his interview. And it was a moment where he was describing doing a retrieval in his chopper at night with night vision gear on. Incredibly skilled pilot. And he's got a huge rope underneath the chopper and he's lifting an alien craft underneath his chopper and flying up a valley to take it to a flatbed trailer where it's going to be taken to a facility. And he wept. He told me beforehand he was going to cry. He says, I can't talk about this without crying. Don't make me look stupid. And he wept as he recalled his apparent psychical connection with this incredibly loving, highly intelligent being, entity, intelligence that was somehow either connected to psychically or in some way in the craft. I'm careful about how I say this because a lot of what I'm going to be talking about today is the idea of a psychical, a psionic connection. And look, I freely admit when Jake first started talking to me about this, I thought, this is so woo, this is nuts, you know. But I actually think that this is a hugely significant revelation. I think it's far more important than the mere issue of retrieved non-human craft or non-human bodies. Sure, we've recovered craft and biologics, but that's not the real story. Whatever it was that Jake connected with that night, it suggests that there is an external intelligence of some kind that demonstrated an apparent ability to connect with us in ways that we don't yet understand. It communicated with him, I suspect, through consciousness. And I think this is the absolute incredible secret that lies behind all of this. And a lot of my sources say it's all about consciousness, Ross. And for years I've been saying to them, what do you mean? What's all this talk about? It's all about consciousness.
So before we go any further, the reason that I brought this up was that I've been having dreams on and off about blue beings that I see and interact with, and I know that something is different about them because they acknowledge me in the dreams. Now, I did some research on this, and he's going to get into something much deeper. I haven't even seen all of this. I've seen small little snippets and clips of it, and that's when the morning I woke up from the dream, I started looking up blue people, blue aliens, things like that, and came across this, and I said, let me watch this with you guys and try to analyze it, give a good reaction commentary to it. And so far, it's been blowing my mind, everything I've heard, because the idea of communication coming down to us being able to communicate, or them being able to communicate with us directly through consciousness, goes way beyond anything or any kind of technology that we have today. Whatever technology they're using is definitely going beyond the idea in the realm of the physics that we know of. At least that's what I can say. They say the same thing. And it's just, I don't know if you guys find this as fascinating as I do, but this really boggles my mind, because if you look at the leaps and bounds that we've taken in the idea of communication when it comes to communicating on video, through talk, text, email, all of these different ways, now through virtual spaces, we can meet each other in virtual spaces. So there's some kind of symbiotic relationship happening between our minds and whatever they're creating now with this virtual reality. And I don't know if that's whatever these beings are, if the evolution of what we are doing is going to allow us to see and communicate with those other beings. I don't know. I really don't know exactly what to say, but I'm speculating here, and I don't know what you guys have to say about it. I'd love to hear your feedback and see what it is that you guys actually think. But let's take a little bit deeper look here. I just had to put my ideas out there so you can understand why I love watching this stuff. I hope you guys love watching this as much as I do.
So, as many of you will know, I've got a little podcast show on Reality Check, and I genuinely started it out as a bit of a fun project. I thought it would be a great project to be able to engage with my audience It's gone nuts, and the audience has been quite delightful in the way it's responded. Investigative journalism can be very isolating and quite lonely at times because you're working with confidential sources and most of what you do is really secret. But as much as I can, I occasionally try to let slip to my audience little nuggets, things I'm finding interesting in my research. And so about 18 months ago, before I met Jake, I let slip, actually not before I met Jake, but before I put Jake in public arena, I casually mentioned that I was interested in the phenomenon of so-called downloads. I've been talking to a lot of people who were writing to me, speaking with me, and they were telling me that they'd had contact with an apparent non-human intelligence, often in that liminal moment between sleep and waking. And many of them described, and they'd written it down, often very, very detailed, schematics, mathematical symbology, art, creative ideas, music. And they would say, this wasn't me dreaming. This was something real. I literally woke up with this in my head. Now, a substantial number of these people were scientists, engineers. I'm talking to one guy still who is building a machine based on what he received in a download. I find that absolutely extraordinary. And I sent what he sent to me of what he said he'd been given in the mathematics and the symbology to a very, very prominent international physicist. And he got on the phone to me and came back to me in about 20 minutes and said, who the hell is this? I want to talk to them. They have an extremely advanced, well past postdoctoral understanding of propulsion physics. And I said, they're literally a kid with absolutely no training in physics. They've had something download to them. And he said, well, this is incredible. I really want to speak to this person.
So, just so you know that what he's saying there is something that I've been saying since I was a kid. And I don't know if you guys ever, if some of you may not, maybe not all of you may have had this happen, but when I was younger, I remember I'm Indian, right, ancestry, South Asian, and I was born here in the United States, grew up in Brooklyn, went to school in Brooklyn, but this happened when I was in elementary school, and we were in a class, they were teaching us Spanish, and I'd never really heard the Spanish language before, and I remember they asked a question of the Spanish language, and I can't remember exactly, it's so long ago what the word was, but for some reason in the back of my mind that the translation just came into my head, and I raised my hand and I answered the question. I remember the teacher looking at me thinking, she goes, what nationality are you? I said, well, I'm American, but my family comes from India originally. And she goes, you're not Spanish. I'm like, no. She goes, how did you know that word? And I told her, and I looked her directly in the eye, and I said, I heard the voice in my head tell me, what it meant. And she just looked at me and started laughing. And she goes, yeah, okay, sure. And, stuff like that happened when I was a child so much. I remember being in an algebra class, and I had just come to the school, and we had moved to Texas, and they had given us this, this test. We had to all take this test. And I took the test and I finished it, and then I went and brought it to the teacher, and she looked at me and she goes, you cheated. And I said, no, I didn't. I did not cheat. And she says, okay. She went and got another book, which was a more advanced book. And she goes, go ahead and do that problem. If you can do that, then I'll give you your full grade. I did the problem in front of her, and then I ended up getting, my full grade. But she looked at me in such shock and disbelief. She actually thought I cheated somehow. But what he, this is just to reiterate what he's saying. And this is why it was so interesting to me, this stuff, because for years, people, when you're a child, people make you feel like you're crazy, like if you say something like that, they're going to be like, this kid's crazy, especially back then when I was a kid, in the 70s and 80s, all this, people did look into it, but it wasn't as mainstream as it is now. People weren't as knowledgeable in any of these concepts. They didn't bring it out in the public like Ron Coulter, this guy, is now. And it wasn't being spoken about. They didn't have any kind of mass communication system or platform, social media set up. The only thing we had was, the television news channels and maybe HBO and Showtime and things like that. We didn't have what we have where we can all communicate, form groups and gatherings, and do a lot of different things like this. Create entire communities and channels and just media outlets specifically for this stuff. But this is what I keep trying to tell people, that it's something that really needs, and I'm glad that he's saying what he's saying, is that really needs to be looked at and studied and researched on the highest levels to find out, what is this download type of thing, whatever it is that happens. Is it a collective consciousness? Is it something like that, like a reservoir that we can all tap into? I'm wondering if that's the case. And if that is the case, we all may have access to this as well. I'm not saying that I'm special anyway, but I was definitely in contact or in communication with whatever it is that gives me that information. Even now, I come up with things out of the blue, and say things to baffle people. But it's just, if you guys have had any kind of experiences like that, I would love to hear from you. If you look in my description, you'll see, I think in the description on my channel page, you should see my email there. I would love to interview you and talk to you as well. Have a conversational podcast if you're up for it. Because this stuff, like I said, really needs to be spoken about.
So, I've been researching a lot of these stories from creatives, brilliant scientists throughout history. And what amazes me is what's gone long overlooked, how so many famous people attribute their breakthrough idea or their creative moment to a concept of something external that just bobbed into their head. One of my favorites is the idea of the survival of the fittest. There was a guy called Russell Wallace who was having a delirium. He was suffering a fever from malaria in the Malaccas. And while he was in that fever, he had an idea about how natural selection could explain the fossil record and could explain how humans evolved into what we are today. As you'll hear later, I actually have a little bit of doubt about the theory of evolution. I do think that it explains how some changes happen, but I don't think that the hypothesis quite explains the rate of mutation that led to the development of the human forebrain. Then there's a guy called Friedrich Kekule who conceived the idea of the benzene ring. And he'd seen a snake eating its tail in his dream. And this is a symbol, an imagery that came to him that he said was quite literally placed into his head. One of the ones you'll probably all know is Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla, who was the inventor of alternating current, he acknowledged how many of his inventions, including the AC motor, came to him in vivid mental visions or intuitive downloads. In 1882, while he was walking in a park, so he wasn't asleep, he visualized a rotating magnetic field, and that led to the design of the AC induction motor. And Tesla described this process, which essentially attributed what was happening to him to an external consciousness. He said, "The motors I build there were exactly as I imagined them. I made no attempt to improve the design. I merely reproduced the pictures as they appeared in my vision." There's another one, I love this one because it was a great story of a guy going from abject poverty to international acclaim, a guy called Srinivasa Ramanujan, an Indian mathematician. And he attributed his profound mathematical insights to a divine inspiration from the goddess Namajuri. He claimed she appeared to him in dreams, and he literally read in the dream the formulas and theorems, woke up and wrote them down really quickly. And the way he got a job in London was by writing a letter to one of the top mathematicians in the world. And the guy was so excited that this guy had cracked one of the great mysteries in mathematics, he sent him a ticket to London. But what Ramanujan said was that while asleep, I had an unusual experience. There was a red screen formed by flowing blood, as it were. I was observing the numbers. An equation appeared. I woke up and I wrote it down. Does that sound like a dream? Albert Einstein, the physicist, the father of the theory of relativity, he often described how his ideas came from intuitive thought experiments rather than pure logical deduction. He described how he dreamed of riding along a light beam, and that led to the development of the theory of special relativity. And he actually said the supreme task of the physicist is to arrive at these universal elementary laws. There's no logical path to these laws, only intuition, resting on sympathetic understanding of experience, can reach them. And then one of my favourites is Paul McCartney. He woke up, he wrote yesterday, literally woke up out of bed, sat down and wrote the music to yesterday. And he said it was just a download, a straight download. It was fully formed in his mind. He said, I woke up with a lovely tune in my head. I thought, that's great. I wonder what that is. I went to the piano, found the chords for it. It was all just there. And he talks about this quite a lot. He's quite embarrassed that he didn't conceive it. It just came into his head. I could go on. René Descartes, who's pretty much the father of modern scientific method, he had a series of 3 dreams that provided divine inspiration for his philosophical and scientific method that led to the famous phrase, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. More on that later. Salvador Dali, he used to fall asleep with a pen in his hand, and when he woke up when the pen hit the floor, he would basically wake up and immediately draw what he was seeing in his mind, the dreams. Larry Page, the co-founder of Google, he's acknowledged that the whole idea of Google's search engine algorithm, he dreamt it. He dreamt of the idea of downloading the entire web and analyzing its link structure to rank pages, and that led to the development of PageLink. He said, I woke up from a dream at 3 in the morning thinking, what if we could download the whole web and just keep the links? And he wrote that down. There's so many of these. The experiences I've described raise profound questions about the origins of sudden insights. Are they purely the product of the brain's internal processes, or could they involve a connection to what my friend Professor Dr. Stuart Hameroff talks about with Sir Roger Penrose? They talk about the idea that there is a hypothetical cosmic consciousness, a field of information that transcends individual minds, and the idea that the human brain operates like a transducer, that somehow, perhaps through the pineal gland, we have a capacity to connect, and some people can do it through meditation. Some people can do it psionically. Maybe this is the explanation for what Jake experienced, for what these scientists and creatives experienced. Now, the most common scientific explanation for this, the orthodox scientific explanation, is an idea called incubation. And it's the idea that the brain continues to process information subconsciously during sleep or relaxed states. And it supposedly means that it allows the brain to synthesize complex data, solve problems. The only problem with this is that's a hypothesis. They can't prove it. They don't know. We don't know enough about the brain to know where these intuitive ideas come from. So coming back to all of these people listening to Reality Check who were telling me that they were getting downloads, I would devil advocate these people. I would say, surely the most prosaic explanation is that this was just a dream, that it was just your subconscious working in the background. And then that's when it all started getting really woo and wacky for me, because this is where the blue people came in. I noticed when I pushed, without leading these people, if I took them through their so-called intuitive experience, invariably, 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, they'd mention a being. And then when I said, what colour were they? And they'd go, oh, blue. And so I thought, that's really interesting. And so after a week where I'd done 3 interviews in one day, and I think it was 5 interviews in 1 week, where people had talked about blue beings, and I thought this was poppycock. I thought I'll just have a bit of fun with this. I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but every now and then I like to take the piss with my audience and have a bit of fun. And so I just said, you're not going to believe this, but I'm getting people telling me about blue beings. Has anyone else had an experience with the blue guys? Oh my God. Oh my God. I couldn't believe it. I was just swamped. I got hundreds, probably thousands by now, of messages from people telling me that they were having intuitions, dreams, encounters with blue beings. So could it be that there is some kind of cosmic internet run by intelligent beings, blue pixies of cosmic consciousness, who seed humanity with creative ideas and discovery? Now, I freely admit, I thought that was a load of bollocks.
Before he goes further into this, I just have to say right here, the reason I'm so interested in this is that so many times in my life, including just a few days ago, okay? A few days ago, the dream that I had, I saw the thing in front of me. It was blue. It was almost looked like a humanoid body, but almost like an animal type thing. It was really strange looking. I can't really explain it, but it was able to get larger and smaller. And I don't know how it did it, but when it was angry, it became really big to try to scare me, but I wasn't scared because I was too intrigued by what I was seeing. I wanted to know more about it. And the simple fact that it knew that I could see it and I acknowledged it, it definitely was worried and getting angry, trying to scare me away. That's the most recent experience that I had. The very first experience I had with the blue being was when I was about 8 years old, and I was in elementary school, but I was home at this time. I was 8 years old, and I was feeling sick that night, and I remember that my mother had taken care of me. She was into nursing and stuff, and she was able to help me to drop my fever. And I don't know why I got so sick, but it was actually not too long. A few days before that, I had been taking out the garbage, and I looked up in the air and I saw something. I couldn't figure out what we had that could move the way that this thing moved. Because first I thought it was the sun, but I said it's too small to be the sun, but it was just as bright. But then it moved, made a perfect square pattern in the sky from one point all the way to all 4 points, completely like running through a baseball, you know, all the bases and coming back home. It did this pattern in the sky, and I remember looking at it, knowing at the age of 8 that I've never seen anything that we have that flies like that. And I kept asking afterwards, what could that have been? Of course, my parents completely, said, shut up and, go and do whatever. And just take out the garbage and clean this and clean that. They never really paid attention. But shortly after that, when I had gotten sick and I had the fever, this is going to sound very, very odd. It's so out of left field here, but half my room had changed. And one half where my mother was on was still there. That's where my bed was. And the other half where my sisters were was completely gone. It had disappeared. And sorry about the sirens in the background, guys. I can't create the timing on this stuff. But the entire room had disappeared where my sister's side was. It became a cave. And I remember trying to get back onto the side of the room where my mother was. And I remember trying to walk through, and I kept hitting this wall, but I couldn't see the wall. I was like, something is here, but it's invisible. I can't see what it is that's preventing me to go through to the other side. And then I, started praying, and I didn't know who to pray to. It was really funny. I said, should I pray to Christ or should I pray to God? Well, then I thought about it. Wait, but Jesus, he prayed to God. So I started praying to God. I was like, God, please help me. I'm stuck here and I can't get back home and I don't want to be here. And all of a sudden I saw this. Some people are going to say that that was God. I'm not too sure. I don't know what that was, but it was a being of blue light. It was like blue and gold. It would look like almost like the colors of the ocean, the sky, and the sun, all mixed in light. That's why I said it was just so beautiful. I didn't know what it was, but then the person or the being that was standing in front of me reached out his hand towards me, and it was a male that reached out his hands toward me, and he didn't say anything, but I remember thinking to myself before I raised my hand, I said, wait a second, how do I know that's someone good? Or if it's God or somebody good? And then all of a sudden I heard, he didn't make a sound with his mouth. I heard it out loud in my mind somehow that, didn't you just call for me? You said you wanted help, didn't you?" And I looked up and I was like, "Well, yeah, that's true." So I took his hand because I had no other way of getting out of there. I said, "Okay," everything felt right. And next thing I know, I was walking through to the other side. My mother was weird. She was frozen. Her eyes were open, but she was frozen. And I remember like passing through this invisible wall somehow and still holding on to this person's hand, the being of light. And I was like, "Hey, Mom, you wouldn't believe I was stuck on the other side." And I looked like she was just coming out of a daze. It was weird. And she's like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah." And this person helped me. I turned around. I could still feel the person's hand, and they were gone, and the room was back to normal. And my mother said, "You're probably dreaming or something like that," and ended up, just going to sleep feeling better the next day. But this is why this stuff is so important to me. From a child, I've had these experiences that made me question my own reality. And I think that when people dismiss any child saying that, hey, something happened that went beyond the known laws of physics, in our own way as children, we do say that, but we can't really go out and become a physicist and say, hey, the molecular structure of the symbolic molecules combined with the atmospheric pressure. Of course, an 8-year-old child is not going to speak that way. But what we do say when we're children is that we say the only thing that we can is that, hey, there was an invisible wall and I couldn't get through. And it might sound outlandish, and there was a being of light, but now you're hearing so many people with so many experiences come forth and actually say this. That's why I love what Ron Coulter's doing here. I had to throw this in there because this is what really, gave me all the inspiration, the motivation to keep researching, to keep doing the things I do. To go to City Tech at the age of 51, and now I'm actually getting a graduate degree in a master's in cybersecurity for specific reasons. But I'm going to go back and finish my degree in physics as well. And that's where at City Tech is where I got to meet Professor James Gates, who's he's the guy that is basically researching the error correcting code embedded within the fabric of existence. So all things somehow are connected. And even though you may not know this, somehow, if you're hearing this and you're watching it, we're all somehow meant to be together, to watch these things, to hear it, to communicate and experience together. That's how I look at life. Some people call that karma, synchronicity, whatever you want to call it. But guys, since you're here, thank you for being here. I so appreciate the fact if you are here and you can understand and you can relate with this. And I would love to definitely hear your comments and to hear any feedback that you have. And the way that we as content creators make money here, or we're able to sustain ourselves, is for you guys to just like our videos, to share it. Definitely subscribe. You have to hit that bell icon. This way you'll get all my videos in the future. And because I'm going through some medical issues, I'm not putting myself on camera yet because I just don't feel so great. But hopefully soon I will be better and I will be on camera again, God willing. And let's continue this journey, man. This looks fun. And Ron Coulter's amazing. This dude's awesome.
And then I met Di Hennessy Powell, who I'm so pleased she's here at the conference, because what she's been doing with Kai Dickens, the filmmaker, and Julia Mossbridge, I think it's probably the most important research that's been done into psychical phenomena, telepathic phenomena, the idea of the external non-local consciousness in many, many years. If those of you who don't know this, I really recommend you listen to Di, read the books, follow the podcasts. It's quite extraordinary.
So guys, just in case, I don't think everybody knows a lot of the terms. When he said the word non-local consciousness, they have a term that they use also in entanglement. Entanglement is like non-local in a sense as well, because you can have a particle, let's say an electron here, and have it in the other side of the galaxy or universe itself. And whatever you change on this specific electron, it'll change at the same time on the other side of the universe or galaxy, whichever one you want. Any distance, it'll change. So when they're talking non-local consciousness here, meaning that we're connected to something that's not here right now in this vicinity, but it may be in another dimension, space, time. It could be somewhere completely different, but somehow yet we're still connected. That's non-local in nature. So just so you guys know.
The work they've done suggests that non-verbal autistic kids somehow have an ability to connect to a non-local consciousness, that the human brain somehow, especially when you're disadvantaged by not being able to speak, in some cases by being blind, these kids can actually see with the skill that they have. It's quite phenomenal. There's a description in the podcast that they do where they say they can go to a place they call the hill. So that's one data point. And I've been on a bit of a journey in this time since I started talking about the blue beings. Another journey I had.
Just before he goes any further, what he just mentioned about those kids and their ability to tap into that non-local consciousness. This is what I was talking about earlier when I said it when I was a kid, that I had all these experiences where the teacher would ask me and I'd say, I really don't know exactly, but I heard this voice in my head, or I was able to see something in my mind clearly enough to be able to articulate it somehow to you and say that this is what I'm seeing, this is the answer. And these children that he's talking about have a very specific name. I'm surprised he didn't mention it here. They're either called star children or indigo children. I learned about this about 15 to 20 years ago somewhere. And then I realized to myself that everything that these indigo star children exhibit in behavior characteristics and genetics is exactly how I exhibit in all those same areas. One specific trait that a lot of these indigo star children had, they call them hybrids, was that they all have resistance to the HIV disease. You know, the human immune virus, I think, immune deficiency virus or something like this. So that disease had killed a lot of people. It probably still is killing a lot of people, but especially through the 80s, 90s, and continuation onwards to present. And they were having a hard time finding any kind of cure for it. But they found that there was a few people, like these children, that had an innate way of having a resistance to this virus. So it was like a miracle that these children had that. When I did my genetic testing recently, I did it and found out that I have the exact same gene, CRR5, I believe it's called. And if you look it up, you'll see it's a very rare gene. There's different versions of the gene. There's an edited style version, which is considered a mutation, and that gives you some resistance. And then there's the entire full gene itself, which I have, is the actual full gene itself. So that's why I said it's strange. I didn't know this until I was already an adult. And I said, wow, they're doing all this research on these kids, these star kids and indigo kids, and I have the exact same, exhibited characteristics and genetics and everything else just like them. So it makes sense. You guys, if you haven't checked any of these things and you can relate with what I'm telling you and what Ron Coulter here is saying, check this stuff out. Go and get your genetics tested, see what's going on. I know some of you can be like, oh, somebody now is going to have my genetic information. Let me tell you, every time you go to the hospital and they get your blood, they had it for a long time from the day you were born. So there's no way around that. That's just the truth. The government won't tell you that, but that's how they work. They wouldn't skip that opportunity. Think about it. But there's ways of finding out things, and you guys should all look into who you are and where you come from and where your ancestors come from. This could all tell you a great story as well. But hopefully maybe there are other star children and star people, I want to call them, because we're all adults now. Star people that are out there, indigo people. I'd love to meet you guys. But let's check out what Ron Coulter has to say here.
It was well before the Skywatcher team started up. They had a retreat at this beautiful place called Esalen, south of San Francisco on the Pacific Ocean. And it's a stunning, beautiful retreat. If you ever get a chance to go there, it's just gorgeous. Fills you with kind of a relaxed energy, and it's stunningly beautiful. And I was there with David Grush, Jordan Jozak, at the invitation of Alex Clokus, who was the founder of the Skywatcher group. Jake Barber came along. And I'd given a speech the night before, what I'm about to tell you about, and I'd talked about psionics and how I'd been told by Jordan that he had this thing called a psionic ability. And he told me about his harrowing experiences as a child, where his psionic abilities were induced through what can only be described as torture. And this is a crime that I think one day the military-industrial complex will have to answer for. But at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I was sitting with Jordan, with David, Jake Barber, Alex Clokus, and a few other people. And Jordan just suddenly went a little bit weird and said, I've just had a very clear intuition that we are going to see a blue hexagon tonight. And that night, we were scheduled to do a gathering on a beautiful bit of lawn which looks out over the Pacific Ocean, just gorgeous location. And sure enough, at 10:30 at night, I was a bit skeptical, but I thought, oh yeah, okay. 10:30 at night, we're all lying down with our yoga mats on the lawn, and Jordan puts on some eye masks. He goes into a meditative state and just lies down, and we're all lying there, and I think it's really important that it was 50% men, 50% women. It was really clever of Alex to do that, because I'm not trying to sound like some sort of new age guy. I actually think feminine energy is key. It's absolutely important in this. And within a few seconds of lying down, Jordan went, I'm engaged. And I went, what? And I'm still rigidly doctrinaire skeptic at this stage, going, this is a load of bullshit. And I thought there was a lot of hippie sort of stuff and, this kind of woo nonsense. And I was very, very skeptical. And then literally at the moment he said, I'm engaged, bing, on the horizon, 2 orbs just literally flashed into existence. I'm just like, holy hell. And then this big, beautiful Chinese guy, who I won't name, he's a very well-known, flamboyant billionaire at Silicon Valley. He was a Tiananmen Square survivor. And he stood up and he went, we love you, come closer. And bugger me if these objects didn't come closer. And then everybody got up, and I freely admit it was quite emotional. I'm standing there trying to be, skeptic, and everybody else is going, we love you, come closer. And these objects are coming closer and closer and closer, and I'm thinking, holy fuck. And I'm, my rigid doctrinaire take on the world is fast dissipating. I'm thinking, good Lord. And Jordan's just lying there in a trance on the ground, and he emailed me this morning and he said, thank you for talking about me, because I talked about this just a few days ago with Chris Ramsey on Area 52, and he says, I'm really pleased you're talking about this, so I'm doing this with his permission. Anyway, we had this event, and eventually the orbs kind of faded away, but they got very close, and I'm thinking, wow, that was amazing. And Jordan stands up, and I go, that was incredible, mate. What a shame we didn't see the blue hexagon. And then almost simultaneously, you have to understand, on the other side of Esalen, on the other side of a hill, which we couldn't see from where we were, there's these most beautiful hot springs. And Alex Clokus has a lot of very rich friends that all turned up in their private jets to come and be invited to be investors in this fund. And I was the tame lackey who'd come along to do the pitch for them and say, this is real, UFOs are real, and Jake and David Grush had come along as well.
Guys, this is just blowing my mind, man. When you think about this whole idea, of what he's saying, the monumental aspect of what this could actually mean, this is huge. A lot of people don't realize that we're probably,
and these objects are coming.
We're probably at a place now, a precipice, a point in time that we're gonna experience things. We're gonna have real experiences of certain things, and I think that a lot of people are kind of like bypassing this idea and not really taking it as seriously as they should. So this is some of the things that I've been wanting to talk about for a while. Like I said, it's just because I haven't been feeling well. Haven't had a chance to really dig into this stuff like I want to. But after this video and watching Ron Coulter talk about this stuff, it's kind of hyped me up for doing my next podcast. And I hope you guys are kind of hyped up in a way as well, because we do have some very cool stuff coming up. I can promise you that. I hope you guys are all excited about that, and I'm trying as hard as I can to get better. And sometimes things happen, we don't know why they happen. You just have to hope that God does enough in your life that you're able to get better, and be able to deal with these things accordingly as they occur. But I hope that you guys are all doing well. And I may come on just for a minute here, so because I haven't been on in so long, guys. That's why I said it's kind of hard to go back on after not being here for so long. So let me see. Let me fix this over here so I could at least say hello to everyone. Let's do that. Let's at least say hello, right? Hold on. Let me come in here. Let's see. I'll come in here and say hello to you guys. What's going on, guys? It's been a while. If you've been watching my videos for a long time, when I tell you I'm going through a lot, I am. I just had a lot of stuff physically happen, and I've been dealing with it. But I will be on the podcast. If you guys didn't watch my recent video on David Wilcox, I did a video on David Wilcox, and that one really, really got me, because I liked watching a lot of his videos. And I think it's pretty sad that a man that's so talented, and so educated, so well versed in what he does, was just mysterious. The way he died, I don't believe that he had actually killed himself. That's something that really bothers me when I see that. And you look at the evidence from the last video that he did. Look at all his videos, and you'll see the guy loved life. He loved everything about life. And this is somehow tied into the idea of the scientists that are all, or majority of them are, or were working on future technology, or NASA, and they were mysteriously all died. So many of them. You have to think, if you had a company and all of a sudden the top people in your companies just started dying mysteriously, you have to ask yourself what's going on in that company that these people are just being taken out left and right. You know what I mean? It's something going on there. But guys, I hope that I wanted to let you know I'm still here. I'm just, like I said, recovering from all the stuff, still trying to get better. Actually, this that I'm wearing here, it looks like I'm wearing a scarf for no reason, but I have ice on my back. I have another thing with ice here on my arm. I had neck surgery as well. They reconstructed my entire neck with probably some kind of alien hardware. I have no clue. I'm just being funny, guys. But I'll see you guys in the next video. Thank you so much if you have come and you have subscribed. And I just want to say another thing, that a lot of the times in the past, I was angry. I had a lot of things going on. So if you did see my videos, I probably said a lot of stuff out of anger and rage, maybe just being completely fed up with everything. And if you knew my story, you'd understand. That's why I said people like David Wilcox and other people that come out and talk about these things, our lives are not normal. By any stretch of the imagination, our lives are not normal. We are not normal in society standards, but we are good people. That's one thing I can say, that we are good people. We're altruistic in nature. We want to see society thrive. We are for life. I think almost every person I've met that had the same understanding of the things that I do all want to see animals, people live in harmony. None of us want to see any kind of destruction, ill will towards each other. And that's kind of like also what I'm doing as a yogi. As a yogi, I also try to push that as much as I can. I'm not perfect, and I'm trying as best as I can to be the best that I can. So I'll leave you guys with that. And again, thank you for being here. Like I said, everything is karma, synchronicity. If you're meant to be, you're meant to be. I'll see you guys in the next podcast, guys. Thank you for being here again. Bye-bye. Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, TSP Rav Shiva. So, hey, listen, I found this weird mystery object that was spotted in the sky over Boston. Now, this is going back like 9 months ago, but still, if you look at this thing, I don't know if you can see it. It has like a real definitive shape to it, but when you see the actual video, you'll actually see what I'm talking about. But let's take a look at this, guys. I really want to know what your opinion is on what it is that we're seeing here, because it really is odd. It really is strange.
Truth, justice, and spirituality.
I'm Boston 25 News reporter Alyssa Azara in Pembroke, where a woman says she was enjoying the pool Wednesday night when she saw a strangely shaped and unfamiliar object falling from the sky just over there. The whole thing now caught on video.
Then I look up here to the sky, see something falling down, so I pulled out my phone and I zoomed in, and it was right about there.
Colleen McCormick was out by her hot tub around 9 Wednesday night when she says she saw something strange and unfamiliar up above.
I see something falling down from the sky. It had blinking lights and looked like it was on fire or something. And it was just coming down really fast. I had no idea what it could have been.
McCormick captured this 8-second video from her backyard showing an unidentified object headed straight down.
There's 3 things. So it looks like it's fire or a big light.
Expecting to hear a loud boom of some sort, she ran to the front of her home to hopefully capture the landing.
My heart was pounding because I just looked up. I'm like, oh God, what is about to happen right now?
But McCormick says the blinking object quickly vanished from her view.
It seemed like it was coming down so fast. It was just it knows what it's doing. It just goes like that. I don't know. It's weird.
With having never seen something like it before, McCormick's mind went racing.
I thought it was some explosive, but I don't know. Hopefully I'm not the only one that saw this. I'm not going crazy. I didn't see things, but I got it on video, so I'm I did definitely see something.
Now, the FAA was not able to comment on the video McCormick took, but they said they did not get any reports of debris in the area. Both Pembroke Fire and police said the same thing. On scene in Pembroke, Alyssa Azara, she ran to the front of her.
So let's take a look at this. I'm really intrigued by these videos that are coming out, because let me see if I can get a close-up of this, guys, so we can take a good look at it. I think somewhere around here, somewhere around there, right there. I think this is a good one. So look at this thing. You can see 1, 2, 3, and then a light in the front. There's 3 lights behind it. I'm assuming that's behind because it's going downward. And there's a different, see, these are more almost flame-colored lights. This one looks like a white light. You can definitely see here it's a different color from these 3 here. These 3 look almost like propulsion of some sort. It's really weird. I don't know if you guys see that, but it's really intriguing to see something like this going at an extreme, I don't know if the word is decline, going straight down towards the earth. And I don't know how fast it's going. We can't really get an idea. I mean, you'd have to be pretty savvy with understanding distance and field and all these things to be able to get a precise idea of how big this thing actually is. But just looking at from it must be pretty far up there. So this thing looks huge from my perspective. If this is the top of a house, we have a reference from that and some of these other pictures, it looks tremendous in size. I don't know how fast it may have been going, but whatever it is, definitely seems that it had control, because it wasn't just falling out of the air without any control. It's going to a different trajectory. It's not spiraling out of control. It looks intelligent, but I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before. I don't know if you guys have, but it really is awesome to look at. I'll tell you that. But this caught my eye. I thought you guys would like this. And I'll be doing, like I said, I've had my experience when I was a kid that keeps me interested in this, that I saw a UFO when I was just only maybe 8 years old. And that video is here as well. I might link that at the end of this video so you can see that video if you haven't seen it. But yeah, guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. I'll be doing a lot more like this. And these are just my little, if I see something interesting, I'll put it up here for you guys to take a look at. And hopefully we can, find a discussion or start a discussion on this topic. All right, guys, I hope you're all doing well, and I will see you in the near future, very near future. I'll be on camera again. Just to let you guys know, if you've been keeping up with my health, my colonoscopy and endoscopy went really well. They removed a few polyps, about 3 polyps that they found in there, and they were non-cancerous, thank God. But they also found some red inflammation in the area. So I really had to change not a lot, but modify my diet, to try and, I guess, fix this situation. So I've been working on that a lot, guys. As a matter of fact, I'll be doing some videos on talking about some of the things that I do to keep myself healthy. So I hope that everybody's doing well. And like I said, see you guys soon. Stay safe and have a great night, great morning, wherever you are. Hey Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, TSP Rav Shiva, and we're going to take a look at something very interesting.
Truth, justice, and spirituality.
So I'm sure you guys have all heard now that David Wilcock, who was one of the Ancient Aliens hosts, he also is a paranormal writer. The guy's been doing a lot of really cool stuff over the years. I've watched him, and I've been very intrigued with a lot of the stuff that he's been doing. And it's kind of sad that we now don't have this man who has pledged most of his life since childhood dedicated to the paranormal, to what they call UAPs, aliens, and, you know, things that I'm interested in. If you watch my channel, you've seen that I not only have had a UFO experience, but I've had other experiences which I'm caught between whether or not they're spiritual or they're alien in essence. But they are definitely not normal. Now, getting back to David Wilcox, there's been this whole slew of deaths that have been happening amongst great scientists, very well-known, prominent scientists, who've been working in some cases with NASA and working on future tech, and also working on, some of them have been working on, I guess, the study of alien civilizations, if I'm not mistaken. Some people say they aren't, but they said a few of them are, or were working on that before they passed away. So I find this really coincidental that David Wilcock, who, like I said, is very well known, prominent for what he does, they said he committed suicide. Now let me show you a video of why I think this is strange. I just think this is odd because, you know, here is where you see the missing or deceased scientists that have all gone missing. We're going to take a look at that in a minute. But I want you to see something else here that's just weird. Here's something that I found that was odd.
The Black Jesus story was probably one of the most shocking things I ever heard. In the 1960s, there was a black man in Africa who came in with abilities complementary to those of Jesus. He was performing miracles. He was starting to get people to listen to what he had to say, and the cabal tried to kill him. And remember, I was told at the time that if I disclosed this, that I would be killed. And I ended up putting it in the book anyway.
Okay, so that right there, guys, you know, I want to hear that again. Let's just, you know, this is really major.
And remember, I was told at the time that if I disclosed this, that I would be killed. And I ended up putting it in the book anyway.
So, to me, the reason that's interesting is because I've always liked David Wilcock because he's kept such an open mind. And also, people that have the ability to see beyond their own corner, their own street, their own neighborhood, their own country, and be able to see beyond all the boundaries usually have a mind and a heart like David Wilcock. And for him to state and come out and talk about this gentleman, this black gentleman that he was talking about, saying that he, you know, there are stories about him having similar abilities like Christ, is very profound. I would say it's extremely brave, knowing that he was under threat for it. And this is why I keep saying that racism is a factor. It does happen. Certain people don't want anyone to know that history is filled with people of color. Look at all the shamans. Look at all the ancient cultures of the world. You know, and they try to hide this fact. Everybody today is preaching about yoga and, you know, channeling and chakras and tantra. And where do you think all that stuff comes from? You know, where do you think all the Egyptian stuff comes from? You know, people seem to bypass this very, very interesting part of humanity. And I'm not saying every white person is like that. That would be really stupid, you know, if I were to generalize like that. But the people who are in charge, for some reason, seem to don't want to give any credit towards anyone and tries to tear anyone down that's not white. They really go after dark-skinned people, especially in Hollywood, especially in the media. And we know who controls the media. I don't want us to be mean and say that, you know, and have people think that I'm being mean about this. I'm just pointing out the obvious. You know, if you were to look at the grand scheme of things, I think Kanye West said it the best. He said, you know, look at who owns all the media in the world. Why is it 90% a specific type of person? Same way that you guys look and say, why is crime rate so high? And everybody says, well, look at the statistics. It's 90%, you know, people of color or black people that are doing it. Look at this the same way. You know, why are the media outlets owned by 90 to 95% a specific race? You know, you could say religion at this point. All these things all coincide somehow, you know. But what David Wilcox, he's a white guy that was saying this. And the reason I love that he said this, because he was also trying to push out that the truth is what's trying to be hidden. You know, we're not all here saying that all white people are bad, all black people are bad, all Indian people are bad. We're saying there are bad people in certain places, but we don't know what exactly their agenda is. David Wilcox took it to the next level, where I take it to as well, saying that there are bad entities. There's evil in the world. Go beyond the race, go beyond the skin color. There is evil in the world. And apparently, it doesn't want the truth to be known. And this is what makes me so upset, because you have such a great guy like this to be taken out, you know, in the way that he was. I don't know if they have video footage of any of it, but if they did, it would be interesting to see exactly what happened so we can know if they're telling the truth or not. Well, let's hear this. Let's check this out for a second.
Into the mysterious death or disappearance of 11 scientists deepens. And now House Oversight Chair James Comer is worried something shady is happening. Listen.
It does appear that there's a high possibility that something sinister is taking place here. We've asked all those agencies, the Department of Energy, NASA, the Department of War, to all share information with us so that we can see if we can put it together and find any missing links to try to solve what's going on here, because it's very unlikely that this is a coincidence.
Wow, former FBI special.
I'm so glad that he said that it's very unlikely that that's a coincidence, because you have major players, people that are very well known for what they do in the scientific community, and it just happens to be some of the same people working on the same projects. There is definitely very high probability that something really bad's happening, as the word that he used was sinister. I would use that as well. You know, there's definitely something very sinister happening here. Look, it's unfortunate we're living in this time and day. We have so much beautiful things that we can do and so many creative things that we can do, but there are people that only want power and greed, and that's the only thing that they fight for. Some people find it uncomfortable that I speak on these topics, and there's nothing I can do about that. There are other people speaking on these topics. Look, at least I'm sitting here telling you to believe in Christ or to believe in Allah or to believe in Krishna. I'm just giving you my opinion, my view, and what I call my perspective. That's it. The only thing I can do is relay the information in the way that I understand it. And that's really basically all I'm doing. I could be saying things to upset people. I don't know. But if that's the case, believe me, there's nothing, no ill will or ill intent on my part to do so. But let's take a look at this other newscast here and look at this here as well. This is really odd to me as well.
On to the new chapter. The U.S. House Oversight Committee will now investigate the mysterious deaths and disappearances of now 11 scientists. They'd all been working on high-level space or nuclear power research, and they have either died or mysteriously vanished since 2022, some with some strange similarities, like leaving their homes without phones or wallets. Committee Chairman James Comer says a new coordinated effort is underway to find the answers.
Well, before he says anything, just so you guys understand where she was going with that, maybe he might explain it. A lot of times they don't tell you why they say certain things. You know, if they're going to murder someone, I'm just using my own mind here to think about this in a logical way, how it would happen. They find these people without a wallet and without a phone. Now, you know your wallets obviously have credit cards in there. Those can be traced and tracked. Everything that you have emits some kind of frequency now. Your phone is the most definite way to find you. Now, they can track your whereabouts to pinpoint, you know, with accuracy, exactly where you've been, where your card's gone to, where your phone has been to. So if they were to kill these people, in a certain way and take them somewhere, or they become missing, of course they're going to leave these things behind that can give remnants or leave a popcorn trail, so to speak, to where they can actually pinpoint locations. That's really interesting. That has to be a tactic that assassins use. People that are in CIA, people that are doing surgical precision, I don't want to use the word here, but I already said assassinations, whatever you want to call it. If they're doing things like that, these are the tactics they would use, and it's a really scary situation. They're using these tactics on people that are working in very high level tech, like they said, nuclear, NASA. I mean, this is really scary, man. You guys don't understand. Look at the world we're living in right now. What's happening in the world? You guys should be looking at the weather and saying, "Wow, just last week it was 80 degrees. This week it's below zero. It's below freezing." That's what's happening here in the East Coast. I don't know if you guys are getting that, but we're getting 1 minute we're getting snow, the next minute it's bright and sunny. There's something way off, and we're going to get into that in another video, but there is something really weird, really strange going on.
This is something that could be very serious. We know there are many countries around the world that would love to have our knowledge and nuclear capabilities, and these are the people that were at the forefront of it, and they're either dead or missing.
Law enforcement has not drawn a link between or among any of these cases. However, the mystery is still prompting some fresh questions, like this one from our own Peter Ducey.
Do you think it's possible that some foreign spies could be scooping up our scientists to go build something?
That would be the most likely explanation for a lot of this, and that's not out of the realm of possibilities. I mean, there's been activity of foreign countries interfering with or bringing over scientists from other countries.
Lisa, you looked at me like you were watching a movie.
That's what this feels like. It feels like we're living out some sort of sci-fi novel here or movie. We're talking about some of the most advanced scientists tied to national security. So in a large population of people, of course, deaths occur. But when you're talking about this smaller pool of highly specialized individuals in a cluster in such a short period of time, it seems a little bit more unusual. I have to read some of this information from Amy Eskridge, who is one of the scientists who allegedly died of a reported self-inflicted gunshot wound. She was on a podcast in 2020, and she was saying that she was going to disclose she had discovered some anti-gravity propulsion information, and apparently that's widely discussed by UFO researchers who have claimed this advanced technology is what allows alien spacecraft to achieve impossible speeds. So she had discovered this. She was working on this anti-gravity, novel foundational work regarding anti-gravity. She was talking about how she was being targeted, both psychologically and physically, as well as a result of this. She was worried about her life. And then, so she hired a British intelligence officer to help her look into some of these threats against her. And then they allege that an unknown suspect fired a directed energy weapon at her, causing burns across her body using powerful microwaves. So when you read that, I mean, it sounds insane. But yes, that's why my face was like that when you had started this show off.
Lovely as always, but
directed energy weapons have been around for a long time. They've just been really honed now to perfection, to where they can pinpoint with accuracy who they're shooting at. And we all give off a certain frequency, and it's kind of like our signature. It's something that they can actually detect, and if they want, they can do so many things to you now. That's why they were talking about this 5G network that was set up around the globe, and they're moving into other tech as well, not just 5G, but they're creating some kind of grid system around the world where they're going to be able to, where they're already doing it. They're already, with precise accuracy, being able to target anyone that they want, whether it be in the cyber world or the real world, or both. This is what's happening. What this scientist that she was talking about was saying was that having that, these threats looming around because of her going to disclose all this information, about things that a lot of the people that are called whistleblowers are really altruistic in nature. They want everybody to know what's going on if they feel that something is extremely valid and important for the well-being of us all of us. And I think that this scientist she has been speaking about or mentioned here had probably the same urge, that altruistic urge to help people. And she did say that she was being under threat. She hired an intelligence officer. It's like these people can only do so much, but when the powers that be make a decision and they put their foot down, they usually get what they want. And we're living in such scary times. I don't know what you guys believe in. I don't know if you believe in God, if you're atheist. I don't know what the belief is, but I know that we all have something in common. It doesn't matter which stance you take, is that we all want to see a future. And we all want to know that the people that are going to be running our future are good people at heart, and they have our interests in mind. Now, the scary part is what she just said earlier. That seems like a sci-fi movie. Do you think the possibility, like John Wilcock had always said, and many other people in this field have said, including David Icke and others who people deemed as crazy and insane, isn't it strange how all the things that we said as children growing up, we were told was impossible, are all possible now? We have all the stuff that we saw, just about everything we saw in the movies in our childhood. We have the phones, the video conferencing, the video talk. We have almost all of it. We have a space force. We have space stations. We're moving towards Mars. We have some sort of time travel now, and this has been proven through the use of non-locality, one of the ideas that they have, and this is in physics. And there's many other, even telepathy and so many different things that they would put into the paranormal genre, and they're finding out through technology there's definitely a link, a relationship with the idea of something that is untouchable, unseeable, unfathomable by the senses. Only our minds can barely get an inkling that there's something else that exists alongside of us. The latest breakthroughs in physics say that does happen, and they use different theories to try and prove this. One was the observer effect, how the act of observing what was going on down to a minute level of atoms gave it credibility. At that very moment in time, it was observed. Now, this is very interesting that we have the ability to assess this, to observe it, right? But we observe it indirectly, which is really odd. So when people say that they don't believe in certain things, like that you're not able to prove with science, but you have to understand the observer that's doing the observation of that science is the one thing that we cannot prove either. It's the consciousness. Which scientist do you know can say that we know exactly where the consciousness is and we know what it is? Not one scientist can say that, but yet it is that same consciousness is what's doing the observing and the witnessing for everything in science. So that, to me, just that idea alone puts the consciousness, the intelligence of it, higher than any science that we have here right now on Earth. So there is so many things that aren't being spoken about deliberately, and I just don't know why that they really haven't allowed us to speculate without calling people names, labeling people. And you see that so much in social media now, and they want to fact check everyone, that we find out so many times that the people who are lying the most to us is the government, or the people that supposedly have control of all the information. They're the ones making the biggest lies. How do we find out? We find out with people that sacrifice their lives. You have whistleblowers, right? Like Snowden. Edward Snowden. You had so many whistleblowers along the line, and David Wilcock was definitely a whistleblower. Now, what she was talking about earlier, before we go any further, she was talking about the anti-gravity. That was mentioned before by Bob Lazar. If you guys don't know who Bob Lazar is, Bob Lazar is one of the most interesting people. I remember him when I was a kid coming out and talking about the stuff on the news, and saying that he worked at Area 51. And they tried to disprove him and discredit him. And lo and behold, the guy was, everything he talked about, he spoke about an element 115. We found out that an element 115 does actually exist. What does that tell you? If an element 115 does exist, then everything that he was saying before was correct. This is Bob Lazar here. This is how I remember him when he was younger here, when he first came out. He was on Joe Rogan's podcast, as you can see here. Well, that was not him on Joe Rogan's podcast, but that was Joe Rogan. But he has a movie now that has come out. I think this is it here, Weaponized, maybe? Bob Lazar Abducted. So some interesting news that's coming out. And he got so much stuff from people that he said that would be considered like men in black, making threats to him when he first came out to the public. And I think this was like in the late 80s when he came out, mid to late 80s when he came out and said that, everything that he did, and had the toughest time because of it. But there is an interesting connection between him and the research they're doing in anti-gravity now, because that element 115 was supposed to have some process in the action of anti-gravity. But let's go here again. I just want to show you something funny really fast. So this is not funny, obviously, but David Wilcox, the reason I liked him so much, he had a sense of humor. I always compared him to these guys, Dana Carvey and David Spade. He always reminded me of them for some reason. I just always really enjoyed watching him. And he also reminded me of Don Knotts. He had this really weird, quirky, odd way about him and the way he expressed himself. And I always respected that as a person that has been performing all my life as well, and also, hosting my own shows and did stand-up comedy for a while. I love people that have a good spirit, and it seemed like he really did have a good spirit, and my condolences to him and the family and friends. And I just wish that they would find out what's going on and what's happening, and they can do something to stop it from happening, stop these lives from being taken. But let's listen to some of the stuff that David Wilcock actually said.
Center of mind to the farthest reaches of the known and unknown universe and beyond. Walking through the steps to embrace this process is living the life you were promised by the great ancient masters. You cannot necessarily see that which is everywhere and every when, and yet, since it is all there is, the answers are staring at you from every direction. To respect and appreciate the manifest and unmanifest aspects of being is to internalize this great truth and to become it. See, this is kind of hypnotic language, and so I'm bringing out stuff that comes from that deep layer of trance that then harmonizes us with that layer so we can experience what that consciousness is really like. It's a little paradoxical and poetic, but it actually helps you get into this hypnotic state. It's very beautiful. There can never be enough time to explore these mysteries of the universe. Your Christ self is an endless, boundless source of love, hope, and rejuvenation. Your own efforts to rise to the occasion have fundamentally transformed you in ways you barely can comprehend. I wouldn't liken it to an ending, but rather an entirely new beginning, replete with the understandings that only the most diligent seekers can appreciate. Opening your heart to the glory of that which is, you effectively transmute the negativity and restore equilibrium within your own life. It's beautiful. I don't remember writing this. I mean, honestly, I didn't write this. This is just stuff that, it's like I'm reading it for the first time. It's really intense. Because I just...
Just to let you know, this is 3 days before supposedly he took his own life. So you have to ask yourself, why would a guy take his own life after saying so many beautiful, almost all of his podcasts, he would interject these really universally beautiful concepts, you know? And he had so much understanding of the spiritual aspect. I guess he really appreciated Christ like I do as well. You know, I'm a very big fan of Christ for the knowledge and the wisdom that he gave to us that was, you know, timeless in essence. No matter what age you're in, his words echo through time with a certain amount of power and validity to it that you just can't deny, you know? And Wilcox, you know, David Wilcox was very knowledgeable in this word and, you know, with Christ's words, and would always interject those ideas onto us through his videos, you know, which I really appreciate, because I do that myself. In a lot of my videos, you'll see me use Christ as a reference in a lot of things that he said. And he was like me as well in the sense that you use not just Christ, but other great beings in the past that have contributed to the growth of humanity in a spiritual manner. You know, and I find that to be one of the greatest aspects. I don't know everything about him. I don't want to, but there are people that want to go and dig into everyone's life and to find out every nook and cranny of and then they'll pick something and try to scar that person for life. Those people, to me, are the most worst people on the planet. You know, life is something that you're just passing through. You know, but if you get to the point where your only intention and the only thing you want to do is cause harm to someone, somewhere along the line you have flawed. You've messed up. You know, if you've gotten to that point, I can understand in certain situations, of course, you're going to feel that pain and that anger and that frustration. But if you truly are someone of light, you can look past all these things and see that we're all going to go to the same exact ending and outcome eventually. Unfortunately, David Wilcox left us way too early, and I wish that that never happened. I pray that God brings more peace onto the earth and try to get people to understand that life is not something you just throw away, not something you just take for granted, and especially you don't harm other humans, and especially animals. I don't eat animals. I don't tell anybody that they shouldn't, but that's how far I take life preservation, is that I don't even want to have animals harmed just because I'm hungry. So I'll leave you guys with that. David Wilcox, wherever you are, man, you left us with a great legacy of information, and I hope that your buddies from Ancient Aliens all come and say something nice about you, and you know, may your family get, you know, all the fruits of all the work that you've done, and everybody hopefully will, you know, we'll all be together at some point one day, God willing. And I just wish everybody stay happy, healthy, and stay safe. And just be very careful when you're out there these days amongst people, because people aren't, for some reason, responding to love anymore. Most people are reacting to other things. And if you know what it is and you know how fragile we are as humans, you're going to take a lot of precaution. I do it spiritually, you know, and I hope you guys do too. Guys, I'm going to have some really great guests, you know, because I've been having health issues. So I'm going to have a very famous, world-renowned Ayurvedic doctor, and that worked at Cornell University as well, and is a professor there, and has many accolades in what she does. So definitely, if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please do. That will be coming up maybe this week. I'm trying to finalize the actual date and time when it's going to be released, but I'll put it out there for you guys to see. But I'm going to bring up some interesting questions on the spiritual aspect of things as well as the healing aspect of Ayurveda. All right, guys, again, my heart goes out to David Wilcox family and friends, and wherever you are, man, we really appreciated you. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys in the next episode.
The Forgotten Codex and the Gnostic Firewall. The discovery of the Nag Hammadi scrolls is not simply an archaeological event. It can be understood as a data breach, an exposure of restricted information from a prior layer of reality architecture. These texts do not function as mythology alone. They operate as fragments of a concealed system, revealing that the world is not a primary construct, but a managed environment. Within these fragments, Adam arrives at a critical realization. The creator is not an absolute deity, but a technician, an architect responsible for structuring the environment, not originating existence itself. This distinction aligns directly with modern simulation theory. Reality is not fundamental, it's rendered. The Gnostic concept of light is not symbolic. It represents the base layer of information, the source code that exists prior to physical manifestation. What is perceived as matter is output, not origin. The architects of the synthetic illusion. Within this rendered system, control mechanisms exist. The Archons are not external mythological beings, but regulatory processes. They function as predatory algorithms, maintaining system stability by keeping human consciousness within a closed feedback loop. Perception, reaction, repetition. The Gnostic description of the world as a deficiency reflects a constrained system. In modern terms, this corresponds to latency, processing limitations, and incomplete rendering within a high-complexity environment. The Eve principle represents the first disruption, an unauthorized modification, an insertion of new logic into the system. It acts as a wake function, introducing awareness into the primary user and destabilizing the existing control architecture. Atmospheric anomalies and structural glitches. Recent satellite data has indicated localized irregularities within the ionosphere. These can be interpreted as rendering inconsistencies, instabilities within the upper boundary layer of the environment. Parallel to this, there have been reports of geometric sky grid patterns, structured formations that suggest an underlying framework becoming momentarily visible. The apocalypse of Adam describes the sky not as a static element, but as a maintained layer, capable of shifting under strain. With over 8 billion conscious agents interacting within the system, the processing demand increases. Each observer introduces variance. Each realization introduces divergence. When synchronization degrades, the system produces artifacts. These artifacts appear as distortions, inconsistencies, and temporary exposures of underlying structure, reclaiming the core code of consciousness. Gnosis is not belief. It is direct recognition, a method for bypassing the physical interface of the body and accessing the underlying layer of awareness. Adam's hidden knowledge is the realization that the observer is not generated by the system. Everything within the environment can be simulated. Form, perception, and interaction are all outputs. But awareness itself remains external to the rendering process. This creates a critical vulnerability in the control architecture. What cannot be predicted cannot be contained. Sovereign thought introduces non-compliant behavior into the system. It disrupts feedback loops and interferes with the continuity of control scripts. In this way, conscious awareness functions as a destabilizing agent within the archontic framework. The final exit strategy from the digital cage modern quantum research now approaches a similar conclusion. Matter behaves as information, encoded, structured, and processed. This reinforces the model described in the ancient texts. The system is informational at its core. What is described as ascension is not symbolic. It is procedural, a transition of state, not physical death, but disengagement from the rendered environment, a controlled exit from the system. The final question is not whether the structure exists, it is whether the observer can identify it. The Adam protocol is not external, it is a process of recognition. to observe patterns, identify constraints, and understand the boundaries that define the perceived world. Once those boundaries are recognized, they are no longer absolute. And once they are no longer absolute, the system itself becomes transparent. Adam spoke to his son, Seth, and revealed the truth about the rulers of this world. The Archons were not gods. They came from darkness. They feed on your light. It was buried, hidden, but now it's back. Read what they tried to silence. The Apocalypse of Adam, now on Amazon.
They tried to erase the truth, but it's waking up.
Who's the one that's observing? The consciousness itself. The consciousness, the spark, the whatever you want to call it, that gives us the ability to be the observer.
Adam spoke to his son, Seth, and revealed the truth about the rulers of this world. The Archons were not gods. They came from darkness. They feed on your light. It was buried, hidden, but now it's back. Read what they tried to silence. The Apocalypse of Adam, now on Amazon.